Hello, everyone. We are live with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live right now in the heart of downtown Miami, Florida. We have the federal courthouse right behind us. This is where President Trump will arrive today around 3 p.m. or shortly before for his arraignment. You can see that the crowds are already lining up, and there's scheduled to be a Trump rally. His supporters are scheduled to come at 1 p.m. today. So we're kind of showing you the beginning stages of a Trump arraignment rally. Interesting day here in Miami, Florida. Vanessa?
It's almost surreal. Good evening to everyone. Hello to all of you for watching. We're here. It's surreal to be here on a day like today. We want to be here to support President Donald Trump, but at the same time, I feel like we shouldn't be here because this should not be going on. And we'll talk about all of this in just a little bit. We have Trump campaign manager Christina Bobb on the ground with us. She'll be giving legality, the facts of what's going on to us, what she can tell us throughout the broadcast. So stick around for that. She was on the ground at Mar-a-Lago during the raid, and she's been working very close to the president during this entire time. So we'll talk to her throughout the day. But yes, again, we are in the downtown area of Miami in front of the federal courthouse. President Trump expected to go in front of the judge at 3 p.m. Eastern. As Liz just mentioned, we do see some supporters out here already for the president, and as the day gets closer to the time that President Trump does arrive, we're expecting a larger crowd. So looking behind us, this is pretty much what you see is just a lot of media out here right now, a lot of people coming out to support Trump. Now, tomorrow is his birthday, Liz, and so people actually saying happy birthday to the president, chanting for him, chanting his name, "We love Trump." So we're seeing small groups gather right now with flags and hats and shirts and signs, posters, just supporting the president. A lot of people coming up to us saying that they feel hopeful. This is a sad day of sorts because of what's going on, that this should not be going on, and that it's unfair to the president, and we all agree with that. So yes, it's just a day that we can't even really believe is happening. It's almost sad, Liz.
It is. It was a very daunting feeling walking up here this morning, and if it wasn't for the job that we do and the fact that we love doing it, I would not want to be here. It is a sad day, and there's some crazy people here in Miami, Florida. Not very many, but the few that there are seem to be a bit radical. We've seen one or two protesters today, and hopefully today remains peaceful and that everyone is able to protest in their own way. I do want to give a shout out to our friends over at Birch Gold Group. They have been a great resource and ally for us as we've campaigned and covered campaigns across this country. Do you trust your government with your financial future, or does the thought of losing your hard-earned retirement money to DC's reckless and politically motivated policies scare the heck out of you? Well, you're not alone. Smart Americans are taking action while they still can. They're doing so by protecting their retirement savings with Birch Gold Group. When things are a mess, like right now, precious metals can be the difference maker for your savings. Birch Gold makes it easy to convert an IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered account in precious metals. Here's what you need to do. Text Trump to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Best of all, there are no taxes or penalties to make this move. That's text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit on gold today. With an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews, Birch Gold is who you can trust to protect your future. Text Trump to 989898 today. Plus, when you contact them now, you'll be eligible for up to $10,000 in free precious metals on qualified purchases. Text Trump to 989898 now. All right, you guys, I know we missed it. We had some cars coming across this little way. We are right at the courthouse. That's what you can see behind us. You can see it at the top. It's kind of cut off the way this building's designed too, but it says United States Courthouse. So this is the federal building here in Miami, Florida. It is a hot day so far, straight sun, but there is some sun showers, as I used to call it when I lived in West Palm. So we're getting a little bit of raindrops, but nothing really daunting. And as I look up, I don't see storm clouds or even where that rain is coming from. So hopefully it's rain, right? But moving on. So we're kind of seeing more and more people come in, but slowly disperse. They were gathered right here earlier today, really compacted. But there was also caution tape that no one was allowed to cross. So about 30 minutes ago, that caution tape was lifted, and it has allowed people to really congregate closer to the courthouse and more central. One of the wildest things I've seen today so far is an actual pig head on a stick. That is gross. I have no idea the messaging behind it or the symbolism, but I would imagine holding a pig head on a stake in Miami, Florida is quite the disgusting task, especially today, and smelly. So if I can, I'm going to avoid that. On a bright note, there's a very cute little dog over there right behind that taxi. So yeah, you win some, you lose some. Vanessa, any updates?
Yeah, so again, we are out here, if you're just now joining us, at the United States Courthouse, federal courthouse in downtown Miami, Florida. The president expected to go in front of a judge at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Then from there, he will fly to New Jersey, where he will speak in front of the press this evening. Our Brian Glenn is there in New Jersey, and we'll bring that live to you as well. So we'll be here with you throughout the afternoon as we await President Trump. And then we'll toss it out to Brian later on, where he will be covering President Trump landing in New Jersey and making a statement about today. I will tell you that speaking to people close to the president, they say he's in good spirits. You know, he's kind of used to this, is what they say. He's been accused, and he's been in court before, and he was just in New York recently with Manhattan District Attorney Bragg in the Stormy Daniels case. And so it's nothing new for him, but it's something that we have to be very serious about and keep fighting the good fight. So again, people close to him say, you know, he's going to continue to fight, and he's in good spirits and hoping for the best. Now, he was at Trump Hotel yesterday. That's where he landed and stayed the night, meeting with his attorneys all afternoon into the evening hours yesterday. We do know that for a fact. And then this morning, waking up and then meeting with attorneys again, and they should be arriving here in just a couple of hours. So it's good to hear, Liz, that he is in good spirits, because at some point you think, when's enough? And how much can one person take? I was in North Carolina this weekend for the GOP state convention, and he said it multiple times, and he also said it at the Georgia State GOP convention. I will not yield. I will not back down. Those are his words. I will not yield. I will not back down. He's going to continue to fight for America. And when I hear those words coming from him and see him in person and that energy in his eyes, it gives me energy to keep fighting. So if President Trump's going to keep putting up, you know, the good fight, we've got to put up the good fight as well as Americans. So again, speaking to his campaign and those close to him, his aides, they say he's just and it's another day for him, and he's ready to fight, and we pray that everything will be okay. As you know, this is just another hit from the left to try to bring him down and take him off the ballot for the 2024 election. President Trump leading by wide margins in the Republican field. Number 2 candidate is nowhere close to him. He's up by about 40 points or more in some polls. And so there's just no comparison. And then in the presidential race going up against Biden, President Trump is winning there too. And if you look back to 2020 and you think about the ballots and the voting machines and how everything was mishandled, they know that America is watching at the polls. We will be watching. We will have poll watchers. We will have poll workers. So what they did in 2020, we are going to make sure they're not going to do that again. So what do? They come up with another tactic. They open up their playbook. They say, what can we do next? And so now they twist the law and the Constitution, and they're going to try to bring him down another way, and that's by putting him in jail. So it's just another tactic by the left to bring down President Trump. He's used to it. He's fought it before. Nothing to this magnitude, I don't believe, in my eyes. But speaking with people, again, close to him, they say it's just another day in the life of President Donald J. Trump. So we're out here. We're supporting him. We're taking America back, like this truck. Look at this truck with the wrap on it. We the people.
It's not cheap.
It is not. And then you have the Clintons. You have Kamala. You have Hillary, Pelosi, Obama behind jail. And we'll talk about that a little later, about how we believe they are the ones that should be going in front of a judge and going to jail, and not President Trump. Liz, As Trump says all the time, he did nothing wrong.
That's right. And in just a little bit, I want to read you guys a statement that came out from MAGA Inc. earlier today saying everything we need to know. But right now, I've got a special guest with me. I've got Dominic from California, but now Miami. I'll just let you reintroduce yourself a little bit about you, your background in politics, and what you're doing here today.
Well, cool. Awesome. Thank you for having me. Hi, my name is Dominic. As she said, I was born in Los Angeles, so I've seen blue, I've seen Democrat, and I grew up here in Miami, and I've seen red. Growing up, I never really made sense of any of this. I was just another kid, right? Just kind of doing my own thing, working in cameras, computers, and media. And as I grew up, I get out of college, I see what happened with Trump in the first election. I was bamboozled at first.
I love that word.
Yeah, I was following the news because here I thought, okay, it's the news. It's the biggest outlets ever. Like, they have to be telling the truth until you realize, wait a second, when you actually watch a full rally of Trump, they're completely twisting what he's saying. They completely cherry-picked it. And that's what pretty much set off the motion every year after that, like, okay, hold on. I started supporting Trump more and more and more and more and more until the 2020 election, and I was like, hold on, this went haywire. Everything's absolutely backwards and wrong. So it's been a journey to completely get rid of the old thoughts. And
it's hard.
It is.
Sometimes you second guess yourself, but then you come and experience things in real life and you realize that they are completely lying to you, mainstream media, that is. Now, you're very well spoken, but you also just briefly mentioned that you have a little background in media and computers. So could you elaborate on that and what you do?
Yeah, so I work a lot in marketing, media. I understand how to take an interview, chop it up, and make it sound exactly what it's not, but I also understand how to take the message and shorten it and make it concise to sound exactly what it was. I know about media manipulation. I see how AI is affecting a lot of people and how people are using it for manipulation. I see how you could take one angle and show another angle and paint two different stories entirely. It's just been my thing, yeah, and getting more involved with politics. My very short background in journalism, due to some classes that I took, started growing more. And when you watch you guys, I watch the big news, and you see how they do it, and you see what not to do, and you see what to do. You just start to make sense of it. You really start to understand it and how they fight the game, and you learn how to apply yourself. Because the way Antifa, the way the Democrats do it, the way they set fires and blow things up, as tempting as it may be, because people get angry and you just want to kind of punch a wall and really kind of send everything to hell. It's not the right way to do it. You got to be able to control your emotions for one, and you got to be able to fight the right fight without really throwing a punch.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes, but we have to remind ourselves to stay peaceful. I remember one time I was trying to not even do an interview, but just have the camera on. I was holding the microphone, and we were letting Marjorie Taylor Greene do a press conference in Washington, D.C., and this crazy protester was just blowing this whistle so loud in my ear. It took everything in me not to just turn around and punch him, but I didn't, so hopefully I get some points for that one.
A lot of points.
So what brought you out here today? Let's talk about what's going on. President Trump's arraignment here. It's going to be at 3 p.m. There's so much to kind of dive into, but for starters, what brought you here? And then we'll talk about whether you think the Department of Justice is doing a fair job.
I like to learn. I like to educate myself. So at the fundamental thing is to see everything myself. And with all the confusion back and forth, and even after the Trump election with the J6 incident and all the nonsense going back and forth, and then what's happening with Ron, it really sends you in a whirlwind, a spiral. It makes you start questioning everything unless you 100% back Trump. And again, this is coming from someone who was like confused at first, and then I was solely in for Trump, and then because I supported DeSantis, I started questioning, like, why is he attacking him? Like what's going on? Like, you'd think that Ron would have been an actual good candidate, a good representative for us, but then you start to see the small things that he's doing in order to move the way he's moving, right? To get the power that he wants. Yeah, exactly. You get to see, yeah, like when you hear him speak, you get to actually hear what other people are saying in his ear that he regurgitates. And his actions reflect what other people are telling him to do and paying him to do, right? So it's a lot to really just see for yourself. But then, yeah, man, Trump's really fighting for us at the end of the day. No matter what you want to believe, like no matter what you see, he really is.
So not long ago, we were in New York City covering President Trump's first arraignment. Now we're here in Miami. He's getting arraigned federally today. Do these charges brought on by the justice system, do they deter you from your support for President Trump?
It's kind of it's always making... It's loud. It's kind of making me support him more every single time. That's how it began from 2015, 16, 17. The more you attack him, I start to realize, like, man, if he was really this bad, how did he become president? So you listen to him for yourself, and then you realize, man, he's really not. He's really not.
You said you came out here today to kind of see for yourself what was going on. Part of my job is showing the world what's going on, not editing, not splicing, but talking to him. But I'd love to get words from someone other than me, someone that's not, with Right Side Broadcasting Network, that's been doing this for 6 years, because you see things from a different lens than I do. So what have you seen here today? Let's talk about the support. We can talk about the protesters who are anti-Trump, the amount of media coverage. What are your thoughts so far on his arraignment in Miami?
So America has obviously always stood for diversity, unification. It's what happened back in the 1700s, the late 1700s. A band of immigrants run away, they fight tyranny, and here we have the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. So it's a mixed bag, like a bag of jelly beans. You have some bad ones, the ones you don't like, some bad tasting ones. Just kind of put them to the side. You ignore it. We don't set it on fire. We don't squish the jelly beans. We just kind of put them to the side. So yeah, right? You just go, don't eat it, pass it on to the next person. You see some people who are counter-protesters, but they're not even being hurt. Like, if you were to counter-protest at another protest that's for Biden, Kamala, for Obama, yeah, you completely would just be pushed away. You would be swamped with yelling. You'd be inundated with whistles and horns. You name it. Anything to really annoy you and piss you off. Like, you're going to see that. But here, you don't really see that. Sure, people have been heated. Like I said, you're going to get a mixed bag of jelly beans. So you're going to get a more spicier jelly bean. You're going to get a more vanilla jelly bean. But they're all jelly beans nonetheless, and we're all come from the same bag, and that bag is the United States of America. And when you see, right? And when you see this, I'm glad. when you see this all together, like you see what the people are really saying, because when you see people actually disagreeing but still standing in the same area and supporting that ultimate same message, then you really understand how that level of free speech works, and the diversity coming together under one union, right? I don't want to say union like an organization, but we're united, right? We're united in that regard. And what was most interesting to me is that you have a guy running around in prisoner stripes, black and white stripes, and he's against Trump, and everyone's actually just talking to him. You don't really see people like yelling at him. You don't see him pushing. You don't see him shove. Like, none of that stuff. And that's the key difference. That's the key difference. I don't want to say that everything's going to be all sunshine and rainbows, because it's clearly not. If it's not for Trump, how is it going to be for us? That's how we stand for it. But when you have people running around who are against you, but even then they still have the ability to protest and be who they are, that's the key difference. And that's what no one ever seems to acknowledge, because they think it's always the little things. They think it's like the big thing. They think you have to see a giant fight and a brawl to make changes. No, it's always the smallest detail, and that's as little as giving attention or not giving attention to people here.
That's what we've learned in our history books in school. So why, when it comes to Trump, is that a bad thing? Very interesting. Now, I want to know, I think one of the hot topics today is about the Department of Justice and whether or not they've been, applying the rules of justice evenly. Some of the main things that come to mind for me is this is my second time seeing President Trump arraigned in the past year, but I have yet to see an arraignment or indictment even on Joe Biden, whether it comes with funneling funds to Ukraine, or his son with the Hunter Biden laptop scandal. Even Joe Biden with the amount of classified documents that he had as vice president or as senator, but not even as president of the United States, who has the right to declassify that information. So what do you think of the Department of Justice and the FBI in this? Do you think that they are harming or hurting themselves?
They're not working as hard as they should, in my opinion. They are a little distracted on some other things. They're working slow because I know they are allowing themselves to be beholden to the public opinion. I understand that Kavanaugh had to deal with public scrutiny, and he understands how much he had to deal with. And so I can understand that these justices are moving very cautiously, but maybe too cautiously. And that's where the bias comes in, right? It's people want to say it's the system, but the system is there. It works. And the problem is the bias between these people, the bias behind these people. And not only that, I'm pretty sure they're being coerced to some capacity and bribed. I can't say that for a fact, but there's an influence behind the scenes that's causing them to be a little cautious, a little, let me be careful here, and with officials and authorities who should be representing us, who are in power, saying the things that they're saying out of their own bias on formal official documents. The Supreme Court can only take these formal official documents, but the problem is the information they're being given on these documents, on this information, a lot of it's very disingenuous. When you're able to read through all the political jargon, you actually can tell the tonality of which these people are writing. I could read the pettiness, and it's very, very structured, very formal language. And with that, you're like, okay, it's official. But when you really can like read through the lines, you could see the bias, you could see the pettiness, you could see the disdain for Trump and how they actually go after him, right? So I think that's what it means to really be strong, is to really hold down in your faith. It's never a fight of like fisticuffs, right? It's never going to be fist to fist, and that's the worst case scenario. But that's what it means to really be strong, is you got to stand by those ideals and values, regardless of how many millions of people are going to be yelling at you and tweeting at you, probably giving you death threats and doxing you, whatever it may be.
And finally, do you think President Trump is going to be found guilty for the 37 counts of declassified information?
I hope not. It's a scary thought. You know, it's the whole deal with Ron DeSantis and Trump and anyone else. I try to be very, very slow to these types of opinions, but because things are so important and so heated, it's very hard to not generate a quick opinion.
Of course. What you want versus the reality.
Exactly. I really want to stand by Trump. I really want to believe him. I don't know what happens behind the scenes, right? I don't know how much. So, right, it's fair to take a public news article, which is public. It doesn't need to be classified or declassified. It's public information. It's public knowledge, right? It's public property, rather. I guess if you would say that. They want to use that, which is obviously true. Like, I'm sure he grabbed a newspaper or two, right? They want to use that against him, right? And to be able to do that, that's the scary part, because that seems fair game to me. He shouldn't really be indicted for those things. And I know there's a lot of other information and documents there that were absolutely planted, because this is the way the CIA has been working. That's what they did in J6. I was tweeting at Trump a lot. I was tweeting at the police. I was tweeting at the CIA, FBI, all of it, because I saw the way people were acting. I saw Antifa. I was not happy with a lot of the official behavior. I tweeted at Pelosi. I was saying, wasn't threatening her, but I was saying mean things, right? Like, hey, you need to do your job, like this, or the mayor, right? Like, hey, why are you allowing the police to be underfunded or under-equipped, right? You're allowing these things to happen, right? So you try to hold them accountable as much as you can, as best as you can, especially when DC's over there and I'm over here and all that stuff is happening. So when you see these things, you start to realize, like, they're just not playing fair. And sure, like, let me backtrack a little bit. Sure, these documents, like the boxes of newspapers, right? Like that's if it was there or not, I'll believe it was there. Like, this is just newspapers. That shouldn't be enough for an indictment to put them under all this, right? This is nonsense. It doesn't matter how much you dislike them. There's a lot of people that I dislike, but I've always given them the fair opportunity, because I just rather avoid the drama. Clearly, I'm not avoiding it by being here, but it's better to fight it a better way, right? Because I've already seen people get heated against each other and try to alleviate that tension a little bit, but yeah, I just don't think it's fully fair, and I think a lot of things were planted. I've seen too much on Twitter, like these pipe, like that pipe bomb that happened on J6, right? That was suspicious. I saw propane tanks all over. I saw propane tanks being planted nearby the rally the night before. That's why I was tweeting at that stuff. I'm like, yo, you guys gotta check this out, because that's dangerous, and I think I got in trouble for that.
How can our audience follow you if they want to stay up to date with any of this? It sounds like you're pretty active on social media. So do you have a Twitter handle or a truth handle they can subscribe to?
Yeah, so I'll be more of a public opinion rather than a journalist at the end of the day. But I do use journalism tactics to find my information so that I could generate a more formal opinion. LDQ Domo, Truth, and Twitter. My work with media and marketing, LDQ Productions. So you could see, you see how I work in this space.
Yeah, definitely. All right. right, thank you so much, Dominic. I appreciate you coming over and giving us some of your insight on what's going on here today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, you guys, I want to talk to you about our friends over at Blackout Coffee. I haven't quite turned around, so I'm going to continue to give you guys a scene of what's going on. Looks like we've gained a few more supporters since I've been facing the camera in the past, 10 to 15 minutes. Quite a scene here. We've got a lot of car honking going on as well. But speaking of coffee, I think I could use some today. Now, if you're anything like me and you're just tired of that same old monotonous liberal flavored coffee brands, you know who I'm talking about, well, stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. Go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values. And my friends, that is Blackout Coffee. It's not enough to simply taste great. You want to be proud to support the company, knowing they align with your conservative values. That's why I'm telling you to give them a try. I'm proud to personally recommend Blackout Coffee. This is a coffee company that is 100% committed to conservative values. From sourcing the beans to roasting and customer service or shipping, they've got an incredible work ethic and are dedicated to promoting conservative principles, and they accept no compromise on taste or quality. Do me a favor and check out blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN and use coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. Ditch those other guys. Blackout Coffee remains true to your values. That's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN or use coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. All right, I'm going to toss it over to Vanessa, who's been able to really watch what's going down here and can give us an update on the scene here in Miami, Florida.
Right, people are starting to come out in full force. We saw smaller crowds when we arrived this morning, but you're seeing more and more people starting to come out. The Miami heat is no joke today. It's hot out here. We got a few clouds, but that's not keeping the sun away, and it's bearing down, beating down on us. And so we think that people will start coming out more as the day goes on and as we get closer to President Trump arriving at the federal courthouse here in downtown Miami. But people are coming out. You can see cars and trucks, people honking, people videoing as they drive by, because look, this is history. This is history in the making right here. You're watching it live on RSBN. Never before have we had an ex-president being indicted on federal charges. And so people are really taking in this moment. It's not like a rally. People are chanting Trump, but it's a different feel. It's a different vibe than what we're used to at a Save America rally. It's more hopeful, praying for the best. We're here to support you. We're here to back you. Basically, we've got your back. We know that you have ours, and so we have yours, President Trump. And so it's a little different vibe than what we see all the time at these other President Trump events. But as you can hear, they're chanting. They're excited to be here to support him, and it makes you feel good. You talk to these people who are here, and they just feel good that they have the opportunity to come out and support President Trump, because a lot of times, you know, you can sit at home and you can watch the news and you can go to work every single day and you see what's going on and you feel like, what can I do? But just being here and knowing that when President Trump arrives in his motorcade and that he can see all of the people with all of the flags waving at him, yelling for him, it makes him feel good, and it also makes the people feel good. So again, you can see lots of law enforcement officers here. We have the Miami Police Department. We have Secret Service here. There's a helicopter that's flying over, circling us for security in the air, looking down, security, as you can see, on the ground. So very secure here in this 2-3 block radius around the courthouse. Haven't seen anything chaotic so far. Everyone is pretty much behaving. The lack of other terms, behaving. Everyone is just chanting, holding signs. Now, we've seen a few protesters, a couple against President Trump, but they too are just speaking their voice, just like the ones who are supporting him are. And so no one's being erratic. Everyone's just voicing their opinions, whatever their opinions are. So just a handful of protesters against Trump, but I would say 99.5% of the people here today are Trump supporters. So we are getting close to tossing it over. We have another reporter here on the ground, Christina Bobb, who is with the Trump campaign She's an attorney for the Trump campaign, and she's going to give us some legalities of what's going on with today, with this court proceeding, and what can we expect to hear. So we're going to toss it over to Christina Bobb right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Christina Bobb. We're out here in front of the federal courthouse down here in Miami, waiting for President Trump's arraignment. We're looking back. The courthouse is behind the camera. We're looking back towards where Liz and Vanessa just were. They're on their way over. President Trump is set to be arraigned here at 3 o'clock. An arraignment is a procedural hearing for the court. The court will make sure he understands the charges that are levied against him. Depending on whether his attorneys want all of the charges read or not, they may waive that. That will determine how long the hearing goes. They'll go over the charges, they'll go over his rights, make sure that he understands his rights and everything that they are accusing him of. And then that's really it. It's largely a procedural hearing today. As you guys can see, there's a lot of people out here. There's a lot of different kinds of people out here. There's a lot of press. There's a lot of supporters. There's been a few detractors. I haven't seen too much of that. It's mostly been press, really, press and supporters coming out to express their support. This is a historic event. The Department of Justice, Joe Biden's Department of Justice, is arraigning his number one political opponent, both for the last election, who many Americans, myself included, believe actually won the election, was Donald Trump, and then his number one political opponent for this upcoming election. This is a political prosecution that we've never seen before in the history of the United States. Now, as far as how well the Department of Justice has pled their case, I think they've got some hurdles to cross before really digging into it. First of all, this is a classified documents case. The basis of many of their allegations is simply that President Trump held on to classified material that he was not authorized to hold on to, and that's specifically pled in the indictment, that he was not authorized to hold on to. However, he actually was authorized to hold on to it. According to 44 U.S.C. Section 2203 Alpha, that's the Presidential Records Act, it says that the president and only the president is the one who determines what he retains and what he has to return. That means Donald Trump is the only one who makes the call whether he's allowed to keep those documents or not. And then the only case law that has actually interpreted that statutory authority is Judicial Watch versus NARA back in 2012 in front of an Obama appointee judge in Washington, D.C., Amy Berman Jackson, where Judicial Watch sued to get access to Bill Clinton records that Bill Clinton had retained. They were classified tape recordings, and the court said, nobody has the right to tell the president what he has to turn over, what he keeps. So it was very firmly established. And the court went so far as to say it's not the archivist. The archivist does not have authority to tell the president what he retains and what he has to return to the National Archives. So DOJ's case is a bit shaky in the sense that their entire case is founded upon the fact that it was the archivist who reported to DOJ saying President Trump is not allowed to have these classified materials, that he's kept materials unlawfully. Well, that is factually and legally inaccurate. So I'm not quite sure how the Department of Justice is going to get over that hurdle when the law and the case law specifically interpreted it for Bill Clinton one way, and they're going to have to change it and interpret it a different way. Effectively, they have to change the law in order for this indictment to stand. So I don't know exactly how they're going to do that. But there's a lot of people out here today voicing their support, voicing their opinions, wanting to support. I know Vanessa was out on the other side. You were just over there. Were you talking to folks, or what was going on the other side?
Basically what we're seeing here, but from a different angle. So we were actually on the other side of this media row that you see right here, and then you see the traffic behind them, and so we were on the opposite side. So we are confined to this one block area. So far, so good when it comes to, I was saying earlier, Christina, the Trump supporters are out here just voicing their opinions, and we've only seen a couple of protesters against Trump, maybe 3 or 4, and they're doing the same thing quietly, peacefully. So everyone is doing what they're supposed to do today. So hopefully that'll be the case as we proceed and get closer to 3 o'clock.
Right, and I think, some of the folks that I've heard out here, and just friends that have called me asking, is it dangerous? Are there threats or problems out there? And there's really not. It's been people that are coming out to voice their opinions, and We heard them singing "Happy Birthday" to Donald Trump. Tomorrow is his birthday, so we heard that. We've been hearing chants of "We love Trump," "We want Trump," all those kinds of things. So it's really been supportive, and I haven't seen anything other than a peaceful protest. But it's not really even a protest. It's really just more of a gathering to show support. I think support for the president. There've been a few signs saying, "Now do Biden," and things to
Jack Smith.
Right, Jack Smith, right. So, I think everyone's just kind of here to show support for Donald Trump and the press. Of course, the vast majority of people out here, I think, are media.
Right, absolutely. And the media started camping out days ago, trying to get a front row view. We don't know for sure 100%. We're assuming that President Trump will come through these front doors, but that remains to be unseen. We do not know. But as the day goes on, maybe we'll get word exactly, and they may keep it top secret. We just don't know yet.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that plays out as well. I think in New York, people thought he was going to come in one way, and it ended up being something else. So
you never know. He keeps us on our toes. So we again are in the very front of the courthouse, right in front of the front doors. We have police cars all out front, maybe a dozen or so in the front. We see officers on bikes. So just like Christina just mentioned, you may see it on other news outlets that it's dangerous here. Police are saying don't come here. We have not heard that at all here on the ground. We do not get a vibe at all that we should be worried. It feels like just the mood is different, but it feels like a Trump rally. Like there's just so many supporters here. And so the mood is not like we're used to at a MAGA event or a Save America event. More people they're excited to be here to support President Trump, but there's a lot of worry in the air.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of worry. I think people are concerned about the Biden administration, what they're seeing this administration do to our country. I think a lot of people are really frustrated that Donald Trump was indicted for Joe Biden's crimes the day that the $5 million bribe money to the Biden family was made public. That was the same day that they indicted Donald Trump. So I think people are really concerned and angry and alerted to the fact that this Department of Justice could potentially be very politicized. I mean, that is the concern, that they are covering up the information that they've had at least since 2019. I mean, we know they had Hunter Biden's laptop since 2019, and we haven't seen the report yet, but the report, the FBI notes that were turned over to Congressman Comer and the Oversight Committee depicting the information that they received about Joe Biden being paid off by foreign adversaries. That my understanding is that's from when he was the vice president. So that's at least 7 years ago. That's a lot, 8 years ago, whatever that is. So that's been a while. So I think people want to know that this is not a two-tier justice system, that the law is applied equally, whether you're conservative or liberal, but it's starting to look more and more like this Justice Department is targeting conservatives and covering up crimes that liberals are committing. And I think that's something that people are out here, that really is what people are out here to protest. Certainly everybody, all the Trump supporters love Donald Trump. The MAGA people talking about Creepy Joe. Where's Hunter? The MAGA folks love Donald Trump, and they're here to show their support for him. But I also think it's to show the support for the rule of law, consistency, and fairness in our legal system.
And it's definitely not fair. I mean, regardless of what you voted, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, it doesn't matter. If you don't see what's going on here, you cannot be blind. It is plain as day, very obvious. Like Christina just mentioned, the day that comes out on the Biden family, they throw these indictments out on Trump to cover up what they're doing. It's a fact. We're not just saying that. That is factual. That is exactly what happened. This was planned. They did this on purpose. And if they can do it to President Trump, they can do it to any of us. If they can flip the Constitution, flip the law, I feel like, Christina, that our system now is just, there really isn't a system anymore. If you can do this and create indictments and create charges for your political gain, then you can go after anyone. So no politician is safe, no citizen is safe.
Well, right, and it forces people into the position to bow to the political class, and that's what freedom-loving Americans are concerned about, that once you have this political class of people who are in control of the government, who do not apply the law consistently and do not apply the law fairly, they are essentially in control. They can throw you in jail, they can indict you, they can penalize you. You know, the IRS can be weaponized against people. So I don't need to tell you the importance of having a fair justice system, but when you look at what's happening across the country, the January 6th protesters versus the BLM protesters, and we saw the Summer of Love, and more people were killed in Portland, Oregon, and Seattle than were on January 6th, yet nobody went to jail for it. So, and no one was indicted, no one was drug out of their home, halfway across the country, brought to Washington, D.C., where they don't live, to be charged with crimes. It certainly doesn't look like the system is fair. And then you've got evidence of Joe Biden's bribes with Burisma, where Burisma for Hunter Biden was funneling money, it appears, through Burisma, laundering it through this Ukrainian company. And Joe Biden's actually caught on tape, completing the bribe. And then he gives a panel speech where he talks about Then he gives a panel speech where he talks about how he completed the bribe. He doesn't say bribe, but he said, I told them, I used my authority as the vice president. We weren't going to do this unless they did what I asked. And he did that out in public. He has openly been flouting the fact that he has been paid off by Ukrainian nationals in order to do their bidding at the expense of the American people, and certainly not with any regard to, to what is best for Americans.
So what do you have to say about, if you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene's effort to bring an indictment on President Biden and the Republicans who haven't yet gotten behind that, that should be a no-brainer, right?
It should be a no-brainer, and it makes me question why the Republicans aren't getting behind it. I mean, Joe Biden should be impeached. I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene who said he should be escorted out of the White House in handcuffs immediately, because we have evidence that he's taking money from foreign adversaries and acting on the behest of other countries to the detriment of the American people. Until we get this straightened out, he should not be in office. And they've called for they've called for impeachment. From what I hear, they say it's coming. Well, when is it coming, and why hasn't it happened already? And I have very serious concerns about the Republicans in the House who aren't behind this idea, because the evidence is there. Donald Trump was impeached for a phone call with Ukraine where he said, hey, can you look into this? And he got impeached for that. And yet Joe Biden, they actually have the money coming to the Biden family, and no one's doing anything about it, which Donald Trump didn't get anything from Ukraine. He simply had a phone call with the president, which was a perfectly good phone call, as he will remind us. It was a perfectly good call. So again, they've impeached Donald Trump for the crimes of Joe Biden. They have indicted Donald Trump for the crimes of Joe Biden. They're going to arraign him today for the crimes that Joe Biden committed. And Joe Biden has yet to be held accountable.
Right. He's sitting pretty at the White House right now, and probably doesn't even know that he is there, but that's where he is, and he has no worries in the world because they are not holding him accountable. It's all on President Trump. How can we bring him down? How can we keep him off the ballot? How can we keep him from winning the 2024 election? They're so scared that this man is going to get back in the White House. They are doing everything that they can, as you see, which is why we are unfortunately here today. We shouldn't be here today. This should not be going on. This should not be happening, but this is another attempt by the left to bring down President Donald J. Trump. And Christina, you know him, and in a sense, he's used to this, but in a sense, at the same time, this is very serious.
Yeah, it is very serious. The most serious part of this is that the Department of Justice has weaponized the power of the federal government against their political opponent. And yes, it's aimed at Donald Trump, but Donald Trump has said it best from day one. They're not after me, they're after you, I'm just in the way. And they're trying to get him out of the way right now because they're after our freedoms, they're after our rights and our privileges and our ability to select our own leaders, to elect our own leaders, and make sure the people that we want running this country are actually in control. And that's why they're trying so hard to get rid of Donald Trump, because he's trying to return that power back to the American people. I don't think most Americans even realized how far we had slipped and how little sway and little control that we actually had over our government. I think it's apparent now, and to people who aren't paying attention, this will probably wake a few people up to realize, wow, our government is not actually working on our behalf. I mean, you have the #1 political candidate from either political party. Donald Trump is the most popular Republican candidate, and he is way more popular than any Democrat candidate. And the Democrats are now trying to take him out. They're trying to take him out of the race. They're trying to limit him. They're trying to distract him so he can't run an effective campaign. They're throwing everything at him that they can because they do not want him in this race because they know he can win. And as soon as he wins, he's returning the power of government back to the American people, and he's ridding this country of the corruption that has crippled so many of us, crippled our economy, crippled our border. I mean, Vanessa, you're down in Texas. The effect that the border has, not just on Texas, on the entire country, the fentanyl that comes in, the number of deaths. Since I've been here, I had a woman come up to me and say, you know, my son was one that died from fentanyl overdose that came across the border illegally. He didn't know what he was taking. He took it and it ended up killing him. Please thank the president that he's fighting this. This is impacting Americans. The border issue impacts Americans all across this country. But down in Texas, how do Texans feel, and what's it like in the southern part of the United States as to how this Biden administration is doing?
Well, they're doing nothing, and we know that loud and clear in the state of Texas. Also, Kerry Lake's real big behind it in Arizona. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas is doing what he can. I mean, we can only do so much as a state. So he's deploying the Texas National Guard, and he has law enforcement on the ground trying to come up with new tactics to keep people from crossing over, whether it's putting these barriers in the water, new wiring fences along the border. But why not finish the wall? Why is the wall not being finished? This is what we are not a country if anybody can come in illegally. And I think that a lot of times we're misunderstood that we're against people coming over and migrating over. We're against illegal immigration. So I want to make that clear, and I try to make that clear as much as possible. Come over the right way, as you would do in any country, right? We are all migrants of some sort. But these people who are coming over illegally are the ones that we feel are bringing in the fentanyl, the drugs. They're the murderers. They're the racists. They're the sexist. And so when President Trump says these people are murderers, yes, they're not sending the best, and so people automatically say, oh, he's against immigration. No, he's against illegal immigration. Who are these people? Where are they coming from? We have no record of them. We don't know where they're going. They're probably in your community. Chances are very good that they are in your neighborhood. So while your child is riding their bike around the neighborhood, the border's wide open. All these people are coming in. Who are they? Where are they from? They're passing out what looks like candy, which is fentanyl, and kids are dying. And so it's scary, and parents need to wake up. People need to wake up that we need to do something. And, you know, the states, Christina, you asked, they're doing the best they can with what they can, but they're not getting any help from the federal government.
Right. We're having the same internal fights in the states as we're having at the federal government. You know, you've got good Republicans, bad Republicans. You've got the Democrats that are trying to funnel illegal immigrants all over the country to create as much chaos and bring in as many illegals as they can. And the frustrating, I don't dare I say scary part about it is they're giving more rights to illegal aliens than they are to American citizens. I mean, illegal aliens get everything for free. They're coming in, they're being given cell phones, they're being housed in hotels. In I think it was New York. I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember exactly where it was. I think it was New York, where immigrants were actually suing to get better living accommodations. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. They are expecting this standard of life that we, the American people, are required to pay for as taxpayers, and yet they don't have to pay taxes. They don't have to contribute to anything. And it's becoming very apparent that the Democrat Party wants to change voting requirements and voting rights to allow these illegal aliens to vote, basically effectively wiping out the validity of American citizenship. That is their game plan. And God bless Donald Trump. Honestly, God bless Donald Trump. Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for the American people, for doing what you're doing, for enduring everything that you're enduring. I mean, he's going through this arraignment. He's going through criminal proceedings that nobody in his position should have to go through, and nobody should have to deal with what he's been put through. But he's doing it because he believes in America. He believes in saving this country. He believes he can save this country. And like he said the other night, he's not stopping. He's not going to stop. They're not going to get him to back down. They're not going to get him to drop out of the race. They're not going to get him to say, oh, maybe I'll just, retire to my nice, comfortable life in Palm Beach and, settle back and just watch the destruction of our country. He's not going to do it. I actually don't think he's capable of doing that. Right. I don't think he has it in him to do it. So they can try, they can pressure him with indictments, arraignments, criminal proceedings, whatever they're going to do, but they're not going to stop him.
No, I think he's unstoppable, and you're absolutely right that he is one of these people who he is in it to win. He has fought battles of different kinds his entire life, and so he's a winner, and he's going to win this. We firmly believe it as well. We want to show you some of the crowd and some of the media real quick as we will discuss more of this coming up in moments here on RSBN. We'll be out here all day. Again, President Trump will be arriving for his court appearance at 3 p.m. So that is just over 2 hours away. You can see the American flags, a man dressed up as Uncle Sam. Lots of people just now starting to arrive. It's a hot, hot day here in Miami, and we are expecting more people to come out as we get closer to time because it's so hot. It's almost unbearable for a lot of people, especially some of the elderly that are out here. So as time gets closer, we're expecting a lot more people.
Yeah, it's definitely a little toasty out here, and I imagine the elderly community probably shouldn't be coming out for this. There are several cars. I mean, the road technically is still open, but it is very slow rolling because the crowd is in the way. But they are coming through. A lot of them you're seeing Trump flags, Trump won, Trump 2024, other types of derogatory flags about Joe Biden. They're coming right down through the main street. The crowd, we're hearing horns honking, music blaring at times. A lot of these trucks have like the billboards along the side of them showing support for Donald Trump and condemning the actions of the Department of Justice against Donald Trump. A lot of the supporters out here today have voiced their frustration that this is political persecution and political prosecution, and they want a fair justice system. Of course, we've got Uncle Jam here, who's always at the rallies. He came down for the arraignment today. Uncle Jam, we see him at all of the rallies. He's over here right in the middle of the square. He comes up with fun little show tunes that he'll perform for the crowd. He got up on one of the barriers to the courthouse today that normally is designed to prevent cars from driving up into the courthouse. He's standing on that, addressing the crowd. I'm sure you'll see some of those posts on social media. I think the crowd is just out here determined to show support for Donald Trump. It's almost 1 o'clock. He is set to be arraigned at 3 o'clock. Again, the purpose of the arraignment is to make sure that Donald Trump knows the charges that are levied against him. His lawyers may have the court read the charges, or they may waive the reading of the charges. The court's going to want to make sure that he understands his rights and the obligations and the process going forward. So it's very much a procedural hearing today. I don't expect anything of substance to come out of this other than logistics and making sure that the president understands what he has been accused of. He is set to give a speech tonight back in New Jersey, so he's going to leave from here and head back up to New Jersey and speak tonight. Is it 7 or 8? I'll double check it and get back to you. It's tonight. He will be giving a speech to address the nation about his arraignment today and his continued press for the White House. I fully expect after all of this, I think the nation can see what they're doing to him. 8:15, there we go. 8:15 tonight, President Trump will address the nation regarding his arraignment today. And let's see. Okay. Sorry, we've got a bit of a crowd forming back here. All right, just figured out this crowd is for the mayor of Miami, has showed up to address the situation. I'll get closer and see what we can hear. The mayor of Miami has come to the federal courthouse in Miami, where President Trump will be arraigned later today. All right, you can see media swarming
the mayor as he arrives at the courthouse, as Christina just mentioned. We'll follow him as well behind him. While we follow him and we allow you to watch him speak, it looks like here on the steps. Real quick, we want to mention that today's sponsor is Tack Right with their free knife offer. They are giving away a tactical pocket knife that retails for over $50 for free today. All you have to do is cover their small shipping and handling fee. Cool deal, right? This is an incredible deal, and it's available for today's event. Supplies are limited. So make sure you go to freeknifeusa.com. Again, go to freeknifeusa.com. $50 for free today. Shipping and handling is all you have to worry about. Okay, we are continuing to watch this unfold right here on the steps of the courthouse.
I couldn't hear exactly what the mayor was saying, but the crowd got angry pretty quickly. So I don't know if they heard something and didn't like it, but they started immediately. Oh, there you are. I lost my cameraman. They started immediately protesting it. So I don't know what he said, if he said anything, or if somebody else provoked the crowd. But quickly, those that were following the mayor started to get upset and protest something. So we'll see what happened there. But again, we're out here in front of the federal courthouse for the arraignment of Donald Trump that will take place at 3 p.m. I'm not quite sure how long it's going to go, depending on whether the judge actually reads through all of the charges against him, whether the president's attorneys will waive the reading of those charges, whether they're going to go through all the rights or acknowledge that he's already been advised of those. So we'll see how long that takes, but that'll start at 3, and then he anticipates that he will be back in New Jersey and able to address the nation by 8:15 tonight. So you can tune in for that. President Trump will be live at 8:15 tonight to address the nation regarding this historic arraignment. The first time ever the Department of Justice has prosecuted a former president. Interestingly, they are indicting and prosecuting Donald Trump for the crimes that Joe Biden committed. If you read the indictment and read through the arraignment about illegal possession of classified documents, that actually is culpability that Joe Biden has, not Donald Trump. Donald Trump was lawfully in possession of all of those records covered by the Presidential Record Act, covered by the only case that actually interpreted the Presidential Records Act, Judicial Watch versus NARA, an Obama appointee, said in court, in the opinion, that the only person that has authority to make that decision is the president himself. At the time referring to Bill Clinton, but certainly you would think the law should apply equally and the same to Donald Trump. So I'm not quite sure how the Department of Justice is going to overcome that hurdle, but we'll see how it unfolds over the next several months, what they're going to do to make that claim. Do you know what they're...
So we're trying to get a glimpse right now of what's going on. And we'll just let you listen in, because you're hearing it first as we're hearing it. And a little more crowded here at the federal courthouse.
Okay.
And I'm going to toss it to Christina.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a Spanish news reporter here that they're calling a communist, who apparently conservatives here in Miami don't like this news reporter saying he's a communist. He went on the air, so the group gathered to call him a communist while he was on the air is basically what was happening. So.
All right, well, we're going to continue to follow everything going on here today, from the supporters of Donald Trump to President Trump arriving here at the federal courthouse. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back live from downtown Miami.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets, sleepwear, dog beds.
Whoa, Charles. Everyone now can get MyPillow products at huge discounts at MyPillow.com. That's right. Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our 3-in-1 sale. We're bringing you exciting new products, overstock specials, and closeout deals you won't find anywhere else. For example, when you buy one of our brand new MyPillow 2.0s, you get another one absolutely free. And with our overstock sale, you save 50% on our luxurious Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.99 for the best sheets ever. And with our biggest closeout special, you get our all-season slippers for only $35. Or our sandals and slides for just $25. Quantities are limited, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Here in front of the federal courthouse in Miami is waiting for the arraignment of Donald Trump. There's a little bit of verbal altercation over here. You'll see on camera. There's a local Miami reporter who apparently went live and was saying things that the crowd didn't like, so the crowd started chanting, calling him a communist, disagreeing with what he was saying. It wasn't anything more than just chanting over his news reporting, but it continues to linger a little bit as the crowd disperses. Eventually, I did see that the reporter showed the crowd that he put his microphone down, he was stopping, he wasn't going to continue with his reporting because the crowd was obviously very upset with whatever it was that he was saying. But other than that, we're seeing the crowd has calmed down a bit from that. It's a very peaceful afternoon. There's more and more protesters showing up as we get closer to the time of the arraignment, which is 3 o'clock. So I would expect Donald Trump to be getting here before that, probably in the 2 o'clock hour, I would imagine. And I don't know if we'll get to see him or not. Certainly this front of the courthouse where we are is blocked off with barricades, and you've got the police at bikes, so I don't expect him to come up this way in the front. I would imagine just logistically he would have to come through the back because there's not actually a path for him to come through here. So I'm not actually anticipating that we'll get to see him arrive. Maybe we might see him on a side street or going around the back, but I don't actually think we will be able to see him enter the building. But he will be addressing the nation tonight at 8:15 once he gets back to New Jersey. And I'm sure he will have a lot to say about what happened today.
Absolutely. I am anticipating his speech tonight in New Jersey again, at 8:15. That is Eastern time. And bear with us through this broadcast. We are seeing more and more people arrive here on the front of the property of the federal courthouse. So a lot of us are stepping over each other and trying to get through to our designated areas. So it's a little bumpy, but we're here with you. We're not going anywhere, and we'll be here for when President Donald Trump arrives this afternoon. A hot day here in Miami, sweltering heat, but these people are loyal to their president, and they made sure that they were going to be out here to support him and let them know that we have his back just like he has our back. Let's talk about real quick as we continue to watch the crowd, because I think it's very important for people to see what's going on. I like to show you what we're seeing because it really is history in the making. And sometimes I'll just stop so you can hear the sights and sounds as I do here. So if it gets quiet, I just want you to really take in the history that's being made. So let's talk some current events. Christina, you know, we're talking about, you know, the indictment and the arraignment today. Let's talk about the economy. Everywhere I go, you know, traveling with RSBN and just different places across the country, there is not one city, county, state that there's people working just either one job or two jobs. I mean, they're having to work multiple jobs, and they're still struggling to make ends meet, and that's very sad. This did not go on during the Donald Trump term. Your 401ks were doing well. 401ks, I hear from people all the time, they don't even log on to their computers anymore and look because the stock market is down so badly right now. Again, record numbers were broken whenever President Trump was in office. So people can't retire. I actually spoke to a financial advisor just a couple of months ago, and he told me that there's people who are expected to retire last year and this year, and they're continuing to work because their 401ks have declined so much that they don't have the savings that they anticipated. And this is because of the Biden administration. And so just that alone, and again, the economy, people trying to buy groceries for their families, Americans are really struggling when it comes to the ability to just live.
Right. I don't think the Biden administration or the political class as a whole, I can't even just say it's Democrats because I think Republicans involved are okay with the process too, but it's not about helping Americans thrive or prosper because they don't want a powerful America. They don't want Americans to feel like they have the ability to take care of themselves. They want the Americans to feel dependent on the federal government and to depend on other people for whatever it is that they need, whether it's handouts from their governments for food or housing or clothing or education or whatever it is. They want the government, they want Americans of the mindset that the government has to control everything and we just respond to what the government is doing. Because people who believe, well, I have an alternative. I don't have to rely on the government for education. I can go learn a different way. Or I don't have to rely on the government for food. I'm perfectly capable of making my own money and living the life that I want to live without interference from the government. They don't want people to have other options. So as it relates to the economy, I know it's a bit of a soapbox. I'm getting back to your point on the economy. On the economy, the issue is not, can we make it better for Americans or can we, what do we do to help Americans prosper? It's how bad can we make it where Americans will still tolerate it? And it's pretty bad. Are Americans willing to tolerate this, or are we willing to risk possibly not having student loans paid off, but we will have the ability to make our own financial decisions and actually go make our own money and actually prosper? So I think we've reached the points where I think the economy is at the point where Americans don't want to just tolerate it anymore.
You're absolutely right. And again, it's getting tough. And not only is this time hard for American workers, it's hard for families as well, because when you work multiple jobs, as you know, it's taking you away from your families at home. And so Americans are really struggling when it comes to work and also spending time with their families. We also want to tell you about what's called a Trumpinator. He'll be back. We know he will be, and we all will be back. It's time to celebrate the great return by clicking on the link and getting your very own Trumpinator 2024 bobblehead. That's the link below for the 2024 bobblehead Trumpinator in preparation for Donald Trump's glorious return to the United States presidency. Look at this I have one. I absolutely love it. This collectible bobblehead from Proud Patriots is made with the highest quality material and is really a must-have for any Trump fan who wants to send some energy towards what is shaping up to be the most glorious political comeback in history. Don't wait. There's just a limited number of these collectibles, and you don't want to be caught paying way more later on eBay, per se. So when someone else buys it, you know how it goes. They then sell it. So whatever you do, don't wait. Click on that link below right now. Or you can also text the word Trump to 70301. Again, that's 70301 to show your support for Trump 2024 today. Text the word Trump to 70301.
So I just got word that Carrie Lake is on her way here today, so we're going to move locations to make it easier for Carrie Lake to get to us. She is in town, and I am told, I just talked to her people, and she said that they're going to bring her by. So I'm hoping if we get a little closer to the road, we'll be able to snag her for an interview. You know, Vanessa, I think it's really interesting that Carrie Lake came all the way from Arizona to show her support of Donald Trump, and yet Ron DeSantis isn't here, and he's the governor of Florida. You would think that someone who supposedly is so MAGA and has such great passion for restoring justice to America, as he claims, that he could actually show up to show some support. But no, not today. You know what I'll say? I will say this, because I think it's a reflection of the way the rest of the Republican candidates are running their race. They are all swamp creatures who want to see Donald Trump taken out. You know, everybody scratches their head going, why would any Republican candidate even be in the race at this point? Donald Trump clearly is crushing everybody. It's Donald Trump's race. He's going to be the nominee. Why would anyone else even bother spending the time and money running against Donald Trump? And some people wonder, are they running, the Nikki Haley's and Tim Scott's and all them, are they running for vice president? No, they are not. And many of them have already showed their true colors, Tim Scott being the latest. They are waiting for the swamp to take out Donald Trump.
They are. Yes, absolutely. They are hoping that this happens, because then they think that they'll have this surge in numbers and that they could be president of the United States. So watch closely. I'm glad you mentioned that. Watch closely, America, because these people who are also in the race are hoping that President Trump falls. He ends up in jail, cannot be on the ballot, so that way they can make their way up. So you're absolutely right.
They're running against each other. They're just waiting for the swamp to take Donald Trump out. So America, take note of who all of the other Republican candidates are today. And none of them should ever hold public office, because they are clearly in bed with the swamp, whether actively or passively, because they want Donald Trump taken out. They don't want the will of the American people. They want power. And every single one of them should drop out of the race right now and support Donald Trump and recognize that Donald Trump is the leader of this country. He's the leader of the Republican Party. He's the leader of the conservative movement. And he's the only one who can lawfully win this race. Democrats want him removed because they know they can't beat him. So I just think it's a great show on Carrie Lake's part. I mean, she has been through her own lawsuits and her own legal challenges recently, and she's got a lot of stuff that she's got to be doing right now, looking at what she's going to do next. She's possibly considering running for Senate in Arizona. I know she has so much support that she can do whatever she wants, and she's going to have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands or millions of people support her and whatever she does. And yet she thought it was so important to come to Miami to show support for Donald Trump and recognize that this indictment and this arraignment of him today is political persecution and should not stand. And so I'm so excited for her to get here today, so hopefully we can talk to her about it.
You know the old saying, you find out who your true friends are? Well, this is the day for President Trump. He finds out who his true friends are. When Carrie Lake shows up to support him, you can bet your bottom dollar she's going to be behind him every step of the way, every day, no matter what. So kudos to her. We're anticipating her to walk up any moment now. Again, you're looking at live pictures from in front of the Miami Federal Courthouse in downtown Miami. It's getting more packed by the minute. Security tight on the air and on the ground. In the air and on the ground. Helicopters circling. Police officers on bicycles. police cars everywhere, Secret Service. So far, it has been peaceful. People just want to come out and support their president. They love their president. They want him back in office. They want to save this country. They know how important it is. And in just a couple of years, how far our country has fallen under the Biden administration. And if nothing changes, can you imagine how bad it will be with 4 more years of the Biden administration? So it's important for Americans to get out, to support our president, to say enough is enough. How can you do so? You can do so in your local community. That'll go to the state community, and then, of course, the federal. I'm going to let you listen in as we start a song here that's beautiful. Let's see if it continues on. Bless America. And that's what we're feeling out here. A lot of patriotism, so much red, white, and blue, people waving flags. Very peaceful. I'm actually hearing from people that they're seeing on other news outlets that it's getting crazy out here. I've actually heard that from my hometown. People worried about me here in Miami, but everyone watching, we're safe. Everything's safe and sound. So far, so good. No problems whatsoever. Just a lot of America First patriots here to support the president. Real quick. This is, he's got to get ready for this interview. This is a good friend of mine. I met him in Miami last November at a Save America rally. This is Daniel Feder. You were President Trump's special guest at that rally. We became close friends since then. Good to see you in Miami again today. 11 years old, America, and he is the founder of the
Patriot Kids Foundation.
Yes, the Patriot Kids Foundation, a great organization for the children. So if you have children at home, log on to the website and get to know about Daniel and his efforts to save America, starting with the kids. So talk about being here today. How are you feeling?
Well, it feels great. I love how the American people are here today for one cause, and that cause is to save America.
And when you see today happening, President Trump arriving today to be arraigned on these indictments, at your young age, you know, as we all know in adulthood, this just is not right. So how does it make you feel? Like, what was your first thought when you heard President Trump is being indicted on 37 charges?
Yeah, for me, I felt very, very sad because the problem is that it is an injustice from the part of the American government and from part of this administration that is today in the White House. We have to be very clearly that the only president that can save America is President Trump. The only president that can make America what it is and what our founding fathers dreamed of is Trump. And we have to all be together as one whole nation under God to save America.
Absolutely. And so are you getting a vibe here today that people are fed up? They want to really back President Trump and just say enough's enough with the Biden administration?
Yes, yeah, I do. I feel that a lot of American people are here and that they are really motivated for this cause. That's the importance, because we have to bring back the love and the cause to the American people, to their hearts. Because without that, we can't save America. It's like making an army, but they're not trained. They don't know what to do. We have to train the American people. The easiest way is to teach our history. And that's what I do with the kids.
Right. And so you teach the kids the Constitution,
our history, our founding documents, our founding fathers, the patriots that created our nation.
Right, and you talk about the Founding Fathers, and you're real big on this. Again, that's what you teach the kids, and our Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and then you look at what's happening today in our justice system. Don't you think it's twisted now? Like, if you can start making up laws and start accusing people and indicting them, our Founding Fathers have to be saying from heaven, what is going on? This is not what we dreamed for our country.
This is not what we want for our country. That's what they're saying right now. And they're crying to see how much they gave for this country, and finally our country is going into ruins.
And so you have been all over the world. You just got back from CPAC Hungary. And again, you meet people from not just here in the United States, but across the globe. What are you seeing here in America that is similar to these communist countries?
I'm seeing that right now government is being able to take over the American people, and something that worries me a lot is the quote that Thomas Jefferson says. He says that when the government is afraid of the people, there is liberty. But when the people are afraid of the government, there is tyranny. And I think that quote is actually what is happening today. We are afraid of the government. We are afraid that the government is doing what they want to do, and we're not doing anything. So we have, like I'm saying, stand up and pray with God. We have to stand up with God to save America.
Absolutely. Any words for President Trump? You are a big supporter. Your family is as well. And it's just we've been to rallies and we've been to CPAC events, and people here are really energetic. They're fired up today, but it's a little different than what we're used to. Any words for people watching at home, President Trump, not give up?
Yes, to not give up, and also for President Trump that all the American people are praying for him, that we, the kids, love him, that Americans love him. And that is why we have to leave to Trump very clear that we, the American people, will stand with him for this important fight in America.
Absolutely. Daniel, how can people follow you on social media?
Well, they can follow me on my Instagram at Daniel_Ferrer2011. They can also follow me on my YouTube as Life, Liberty, and Kids. And they can find me on every social media and look me up on Google as Patriot Kids Foundation.
Yes, make sure Patriot Kids Foundation support Daniel in his efforts to save our country, starting with our children. They are the next generation. And so any donation you can give will help tremendously. Again, those children are our future. And if you look back to just recently at the White House when they had a LGBTQ event and a gay pride event, and you see these people bringing out children and exposing them to people who are basically nude there on the White House lawn. And it broke my heart today to see a picture of a toddler on someone's hip looking at a woman in a string bikini dancing, and the toddler was just watching. That is what the left wants your children to know. That's what they want your children to be raised on, and that's disgusting. That's sickening. And then you have patriots, wonderful kids, American-loving, God-faithful kids like Daniel, who says we have to fight these people, and we have to also help these children who are being exposed to this nonsense and this disgust. And so help Daniel. Go to Patriot Kids Foundation. Any donation helps. If you can give $1, great. If you can get $10, $20, awesome, and we appreciate that. Daniel Ferrer, one of my great friends, great kid. Thank you for being here, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Christina.
Did you mention he's homeschooled, Vanessa?
He is homeschooled, yes.
Yeah, we got to give a shout out to the homeschoolers because does a great showing for
I'll tell
homeschoolers.
you how that happened with Daniel. He was actually in school and during the President Obama term, and he said that in his school office, in the principal's office area, they had a picture of Obama with an American flag. And when President Trump won office, they didn't put up his picture. So he goes home to his mother and he says, Mom, this is wrong. They put Obama, but they never put President Trump. We have to do something. And so that's when he created Patriot Kids Foundation. They took him out of school. They felt like this is where our education is going. What are they teaching our kids to support one side and not the other? So he's homeschooled. He travels the country and the world with CPAC, promoting his foundation, and at 11 years old, again, trying to help save this country.
That's amazing. He's so well spoken. I mean, he did better than a lot of adults we've interviewed. Absolutely. So that was great. We do have some other folks here. One second, if I could have you come on over. I know we've got some other folks here what's your name and where are you from, sir?
My name's Tom Schmidt. I'm from Martin County, Florida.
And what brought you down here today?
Well, my friends from Martin County, Republicans from Martin County, so I wanted to give them some support. I took them down here, and we're down to support Donald Trump.
What do you think of what's happening here today?
It's absolutely crazy, but I love what's happening here. I hate what's happening in the country, but I love what's happening here. There's a lot of support for a good man, a man that stood up when he didn't even have to, and we're here to make sure that America knows that this is a good man and we love him.
And there were rumors circulating about, there might be violence. You should be worried about, physical violence with protesters. How do you feel? Do you feel pretty safe here today?
Do I look worried? I don't think so. I think these are all peaceful supporters. They're people who love a good man, who love this country, and they're here to support this country. And Trump stands for this country, and we love him for it.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple people that have tried to stir the pot and, be a little bit antagonistic. But the vast majority of people out here, I think, seem, very much MAGA, pro-Trump, pro-America, and really want to voice their frustration about the politicization of the Department of Justice.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of crazy that our Justice Department and our FBI work for a political party. And we stand against that. This country was built on a constitution, and that's what we stand behind.
And if you think back, 8 years ago now, with the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane versus Mid-Year Exam with Hillary Clinton, where, they exonerated Hillary Clinton on her email scandal, but then immediately launched Crossfire Hurricane, started surveilling President Trump's 2016 campaign, and have not stopped attacking him since before he was even elected in 2016. Are Americans just kind of tired of the gasp, clutch your pearls, Donald Trump is a criminal? They've been saying that story for years now. I feel like people just don't believe them anymore.
Well, I can't speak for all of America, but I can tell you I think it's absurd what has happened in this country to Donald Trump. And all of the people I know that support this patriot think it's an absolutely absurd situation, and we're not too worried about what's going to happen because we know Donald Trump's going to be reelected.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that's a great point. People have opined that the Department of Justice, which is run by the Biden administration at the moment, is actually doing this to try to hurt his chances at re-election, to try to interfere with the election, to...
You think?
Possibly. That might be one reason why they're doing it. Do you think it's going to have the desired effect?
No, I think it's going to have the opposite effect. Let's look around. It has the opposite effect. Something like this absurdity just strengthens the base. And God bless the Republicans, God bless the right, and God bless America. We're going to elect a great president once again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks for your support. All right, Vanessa, we have a great crowd out here today. They love President Trump. They're out here. And as they all said, they're out here to support President Trump, but they're really out here to support America.
They are, and this is a very important day. It's a crucial day. The history that we have seen in this country, this has never been done before to an ex-president. It is disgusting that is being done to President Trump, but today will tell, and the future will tell with this court case what the future may hold for our country. So he's putting up a fight, and we're standing right behind him. We're holding the line and hopes for the best for President Trump. Okay, we're going to send it over real quick to Liz Willis with new information from her.
All right, hi everyone, I'm Liz Willis. I'm live here on the scene in Miami, Florida, where protesters and President Trump supporters alike have gathered here today outside the federal courthouse in Miami, Florida, in honor of what's going on here today. The travesty, President Trump being politically persecuted by the Department of Justice and the FBI. Today is his second arraignment this year. Of course, the first being the first time with it being federal. So we've got the Miami Federal Courthouse right behind me. And as you've seen so far, they are supporters. I'd say definitely more supporters than protesters. I've seen a couple of protesters. In fact, I saw some just behind me a second ago, and they're very interesting looking, similar to what you might find on the White House lawn just a few days ago. And if we see them again, I'll show them because it's entertaining nonetheless. I think at this point it's almost such a joke that it doesn't even matter. I know it used to be like, why would you give them attention? But at this point, it kind of helps the story. It kind of makes sense to see the pictures with the book. You hear about it. Now you'll see just kind of how deranged these people are. You just look at them and you know something ain't right. So we're going to be showing you a little bit of everything today. We've got our cameras on in two different points, and one of them is where I predict President Trump's motorcade will possibly go by. So stick with us if you want to possibly see that. You never know officially, of course, due to safety restrictions and things that are for planning purposes only. We can't share all of it, but what I think we can share, we are going to, and hopefully that is going to be President Trump's motorcade arriving here in the, I guess I could call this the government district, maybe in Florida, but this is where all the courthouses are. So there's a bunch of different government buildings nearby. This one right behind me is the federal courthouse. So this is the big guy. This is where President Trump is scheduled to be. That is 3 o'clock. This is his arraignment day. He was indicted just last week. Really interesting timing on that, and I'll explain why in just a minute, because MAGA Inc. actually released a statement, and I'm going to read it to you verbatim. It's everything you need to know, and about why that date was so specific. Why did they indict President Trump instead? And the reason is because of some dealings that were released, some recordings. I believe it was 17 recordings that were taken by someone with basically blackmail on Hunter Biden. So instead of focusing on that, they're just going to give you this and make everyone focus on this, and really they're just wasting the Department of Justice and the FBI's resources. This is something that I think every other president has done before. And besides that, there's also Joe Biden, who did this when he wasn't even a president. So if they're really looking for someone who broke the law, they should take a peek at Biden. But of course, they're not going to do that because he is a puppet. So instead, we're here today, but we're going to show you what's going on. I'm going to read that statement in just a minute. But before I do that, I do want to turn around and kind of see what's going on behind me, talk you through it. And let's see what fun we have today here in Miami, Florida. All right. Of course, first things first, we've got the 1776, we the people. We see the Trump flag, and this is an active street. They haven't blocked it off for traffic or anything like that. So you can see just how, I would say, peaceful at this point this protest is. And, you know, that is right now. Of course, you have someone booing, but I haven't seen any violent fights, maybe just some annoying people making noises, but so far so good here today. I mean, and it's to the point, it is so collected and organized that people aren't even in the street, as you can see right here. Maybe that's just a news guy. Honestly, the craziest people that you're going to see right now are the news. There were a ton of media outlets here this morning. It was an absolute jungle, a media circus, if you will. I think they know, like President Trump says, their ratings only go up when they're covering President Trump, right? That's what people want to see. He's an entertaining man nonetheless. So I've got a ton of media outlets here today, and people being mindful of what the local police have wanted, and they're telling you to stay off the roads. There's a crosswalk there. They are in the middle of the crosswalk, so if you want to cross the street, you have to kind of go around these police motorcycles. But for the most part, everything seems contained today. So nothing crazy going on here just yet. You never know. It could take, in just one instant, everything could change. But for right now, everything feels good. You see some fist bumps coming on. What is that, like a Harley or something? Motorcycles. Lots of different trucks are kind of using this road to drive by and show their support for President Trump. We've got a lot of wrapped out nice trucks. We've gotten I think a Tiffany blue Mercedes came by with some cool stuff on it. I posted that on my Twitter. And I posted another thing when law enforcement arrived. I posted that on my Twitter. So you can look at all that. I'm on Twitter at LizWillis_, and I'm trying to do any behind the scenes stuff. So we're switching off camera today. As you can see, I've got Vanessa and Christina. They're over kind of near the front of the courthouse, and they're able to give you a different viewpoint than I am. And when they're going live, I'm just kind of waiting and collecting as much media and coverage as I possibly can. So I'll be uploading it there, and RSBN will be putting out all of the behind the scenes content as well. So I encourage you to follow RSBN as well. It's at RSB Network on Twitter and on Getter, and on Truth Social it is just at RSBN. So right now, right in front of us, we've got the Trump team, the 2024 Miami, Florida chapter. They are here today to show their support for President Trump in an Escalade nonetheless. So love to see that. Very nice car. We've still got the pig with its head on a stake. Really not sure where he's going with that. And I don't really want to ask because I don't want to get that close. But we've got some GoPros up in the air. We've got Political Persecution USA. And again, just I would say at least 1,000 people are here just from media alone. So tons of media. Looks like we've got some special agents over there. I do see badges in those black suits. I know some of y'all are looking for those federal agents, but if I had to guess, that would be their career. So they're just walking by monitoring everything that's going on. All right, you guys, I'm going to step aside, see if I can grab some shade so I can look at my phone screen and read you this statement that came out earlier today, and then I'll step back in front of the camera. And in the meantime, just enjoy this scene here. Again, we're live with Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we are live in Miami, Florida, right outside the federal courthouse. We are less than 2 hours away from President Trump's scheduled arraignment time. So I would say we're about maybe 1 hour shy of when we can kind of expect him to arrive so that we can get some of the paperwork and whatnot out of the way. I don't expect him to be in there for too long. This is an arraignment. From what I've heard, it's possible that he'll have a mugshot taken today. I don't think that will be released to the public. I think it'll be private, but who knows? We've got some leaks everywhere nowadays, but I do not think that he will be handcuffed, no perp walk or anything like that today. So it should be fairly quick. I'd say in and out in less than an hour, very similar to the arraignment that we had in New York. And we seem to be getting pretty good at this arraignment stuff, thanks to the very corrupt Department of Justice. All right, so again, Make America Great Again Incorporated sent this message out yesterday, June 13th. Captioned, this indictment is election interference. The body of the statement says, and it's a long one, so bear with me. On Monday afternoon, we received more clarity about why the Biden Justice Department decided to indict President Trump now. Senator Chuck Grassley announced on the Senate floor that the Ukrainian businessman that allegedly bribed Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden kept 17 audio recordings of his conversations with them as an, quote, insurance policy. There are no coincidences in Washington. The indictment of President Trump is a flailing effort to distract the public from Biden's corruption. The indictment also comes amid President Trump's surging poll numbers. Not only is President Trump the clear frontrunner in the Republican primary, but he's also the Republican best positioned to defeat Joe Biden. A poll conducted by the Democracy Institute found that President Trump is the only Republican who can beat Joe Biden in the 2024 election. As President Trump said in an interview Monday, Biden can't win the election fairly and squarely. He's going to use law enforcement to try and win an election that he cannot win at the ballot box, President Trump told this to Americano Media. To be clear, legal experts agree that the Presidential Records Act gives president the ability to keep documents, classified or not. In fact, a 2012 federal court ruling found that audio tapes Bill Clinton kept in his sock drawer after leaving the White House were his personal property. These tapes had national security information, including recordings of calls with world leaders and military deliberations. The judge, an Obama nominee, wrote that, quote, the president enjoys unconstrained authority to make decisions regarding the disposal of documents, end quote. Judge Amy Berman Jackson noted, quote, the president is completely entrusted with the management and even the disposal of presidential records during his time in office, end quote. The Presidential Records Act does not apply to vice presidents. Joe Biden's storage of classified documents at his Chinese-funded think tank and his personal garage is illegal. As Mike Davis, president of the Article 3 Project, wrote, quote, as a matter of clarity, let's contrast Biden's theft of classified documents with Trump's lawful handling of presidential records. As the commander-in-chief under our Constitution, the President of the United States has the absolute power to declassify records as he sees fit. In addition, under the Presidential Records Act, a departing president can take a personal copy of any of his presidential records, classified or not. The vice president is afforded neither of these privileges. A case this reckless would not only be brought forth by partisan unethical prosecutors. The lead prosecutor, special counsel Jack Smith, has a history of targeting conservatives, Congressman Jim Jordan deposed Smith in 2014 due to Smith's role in trying to prosecute conservative nonprofits targeted in the Lois Lerner IRS scandal. His deputy had a record of misconduct. Karen Gilbert, who will be leading the prosecution in Miami, was, quote, publicly reprimanded by a judge in 2009 for gross negligence in connection with secretly taping a defense lawyer and an investigator. This election interference will fail. Voters are standing with President Trump. A recent CBS poll shows nearly 80% of Republicans believe the indictment is politically motivated. Honestly, like they said, the caption of that, pretty much everything you need to know about what's going on here today. We also had a few other check-ins that I wanted to read that President Trump posted about today. Let's see if I can find where it went. All right, I don't see the one I'm looking for, but I see another one that's relevant to the story. So, in case you missed it, truth from President Donald J. Trump. Will deranged Jack Smith be looking at the thousands of pages of documents that Biden had in Chinatown then when caught, quickly sent up to Boston? What about the 1,850 boxes that Biden is fighting to keep secret? How about Hillary's 33,000 emails that she deleted and acid washed? Will he be looking at the $5 million bribe that was paid to Biden, but that the Justice Department is trying to hide? Much more coming on that. We are living in a third world country. No borders, rigged election. Find one more. Hopefully I didn't accidentally delete it. Well, we do have another post from Make America Great Again, Inc. It says, Morning Consult, Trump's lead grows post-indictment. The latest Morning Consult poll, conducted entirely since the Biden Justice Department's indictment of President Trump, shows President Trump's lead growing. Morning Consult noted in its polling analysis nearly 3 in 5 potential Republican primary, that's 59% voters, back President Trump for the party's 2024 nomination. That's up from 55% last week, before news of his indictment on charges related to his handling of classified documents after leaving the White House. Almost 1 in 5, that's 19%, support DeSantis, nearing an all-time low since tracking began in December. All right, some pretty interesting stats there. I'll continue to share any statements I get with you throughout the day or any truths by President Donald Trump, as he is most likely heading our way soon. He is staying at his Doral residence. That's also in Miami, Florida. So pretty convenient that he's got nice hotels, homes all over the world where he has to come to these horrific prosecutions, where he has to come and check in for these federal or state arraignments. Luckily, he was able to go to New York. He has his place in New Jersey, and then he's able to come here. And, you know, at least at the end of the day, he's able to go somewhere that he can call home and relax amongst friends and family. So he is staying. He came from New Jersey yesterday, I believe, and then flew to Miami and spent the night there. So today he will motorcade in from Miami and then almost immediately leave, because his arraignment is set at 3. I believe it's about a 2.5-hour flight. And he has a press conference scheduled in Bedminster, New Jersey tonight at 8 p.m., where I'm sure he's going to talk about what happened here today. We do have Brian Glenn on the scene there today in New Jersey. He's setting up right now, I believe, and we're going to be good to go to bring you full coverage of that press conference later this evening. So make sure that you're staying tuned for that as well. I'm sure he'll probably want to get out of this madhouse of media craziness that is Miami, Florida, and then get back to his home in Bedminster, where they have a little bit more control of the situation, a little bit just safer overall. Looks like traffic is slowing down a bit. We've got local police, law enforcement that is continuing to circle. We've seen that truck before. This is a new one. I really don't think that it's that safe to allow just random cars to come by, especially when something is as, vitriol as politics, especially President Trump. I don't trust crazy people not to come by and just act out, but I'm going to put my faith in humanity today and think that we're all going to be safe here, just because everyone's decent, right? we will see we've got an unmarked police car coming by as well. You can see there's a lot of police presence. I just uploaded a video to Twitter. And so even if you don't see it now, you see them come in as groups, and then they will disperse, and then another group will come in, and it just disperses as well. So I've seen dozens of groups of different local law enforcement and Miami Police Department officers coming in on bicycles, on motorcycles, on foot, and they just disperse into the crowd, keeping an eye on everything. I want to take this time again to remind you about our friends over at Birch Gold Group. Do you trust our government with your financial future? Does the thought of losing your hard-earned retirement money to DC's reckless and politically motivated policies scare the heck out of you? You're not alone. Smart Americans are taking action while they still can. They're doing so by protecting their retirement savings with gold with Birch Gold Group. When things are a mess, like right now, precious metals can be the difference maker for your savings. Birch Gold makes it easy to convert an IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered account in precious metals. Here's what you need to do. Text Trump to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Best of all, there are no taxes or penalties to make this move. Text Trump to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold today with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews. Birch Gold is who you can trust to protect your future. Text Trump to 989898 today. Plus, when you contact them now, you'll be eligible for up to $10,000 in free precious metals on qualified purchases. Text Trump to the number 989898 right now. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. I don't want you guys to forget that you can donate to RSBN by going to rsbnetwork.com/donate. All right, setting the scene. It's looking pretty similar. We're still seeing people file in left and right. And as you can see, that leads all the way up. I don't know if you can see from here. The other camera angle might have shown it. But if you go straight down this walkway, there are police cars, 3 or 4 SUVs that are kind of acting as a barrier, so you can't go any further than that. I suppose it's to protect the courthouse a little bit. I did hear from local news affiliates that other court functions, smaller, traffic citations, court appearances, stuff like that, the presiding judge had the right to decide if they wanted to push those out to a later date. So I do believe that a lot of the smaller stuff today has been rescheduled so that if you had a speeding ticket case or, petty theft or something like that, you don't have to come into the city, deal with this, and then go to your court case today. It's just a way for them to kind of ease up some of the traffic. So a lot of people really, and they didn't have to come into work today, a lot of the federal employees or whatever. So it was kind of at your discretion. If you came into work today, you were able to miss it if you needed to and just work from home. I'm watching some stuff going on. Got to keep your eyes on a swivel at events like this. It looks like there's a gathering over there to the left. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but I know we do have our camera set up over there, and our other camera is set up near a lot of stills. So I can promise that our cameras are positioned very well to show you the entirety. If President Trump walks out of those doors, or whoever does, we've got our camera at the front, we've got our camera at the back, and we've got this wide angle view for anything that possibly happens back here today. So RSBN is your go-to network for all things President Trump. If you're in Miami and you want to come down and support him, you are more than welcome to. And in 2 minutes, we're going to toss back to the other camera, the courthouse camera, if we can make sure that they are good and ready. We're going to see what Vanessa and Christina have been up to, get some legal expert opinion from Christina, and Vanessa's here to talk to the crowd and to get to know some of the supporters. We've got that big crowd over there, so we're going to see kind of what they're up to, what's going on in just a minute, so stay tuned for that. Right now you've got myself, Liz Willis. I'm here, and I'm kind of on the wide camera right now, so we can show you what's going on here. I'm just enjoying watching all these different cars come by. It's like a conservative car show. Excuse me, I have hair in my mouth. And it's not too bad. I mean, it is a sunny day here, but there's a breeze has started to appear, so that makes it feel a lot nicer. I'm going to have a heck of a farmer's tan, but got to do what you got to do to save America, right, my friends? So still a lot of flags. We've got the InfoWars, America First. We had some anti-communism flags. We've got a cross up there now. And Florida for Trump, you can see that one over to the right. It looks like we have a helicopter landing, which is interesting and unexpected. So let's see exactly. I guess there's a helipad on top of that building, which I would not expect because it looks like it's like a apartment building. So I'm going to see where this, not landing on that building. It could just be a news copter. I know in Florida they have a lot of those because we're on the water. It's just an easy way for them to get footage. When I used to work, oh, there's two of them. Where's RSBN's helicopter? So we've got two helis in the air. Are we able to show those, Will? I can't quite see what the design is on one of them, but they're kind of just hanging out. Don't worry, our footage is still better. Oh, hey.
Hey,
What's up?
where's Gage? Are you live?
He's not with y'all? Cool. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. We see the helicopters in the air. We see the cars continue to drive past, and the precious little doggy, but still, it's almost 2 p.m., so we have 1 hour until President Trump is scheduled for his arraignment. Really, I think we could expect him any minute now. It looks like we haven't turned the camera quite, but I can still see about a dozen more officers coming out of this building behind me right now. So I feel pretty safe. I've always said it. If I didn't feel safe, I wouldn't be here. And we are here nonetheless. We've got a great team here in Miami, Florida today with Right Side Broadcast Network. We've got Vanessa Broussard covering the commotion. We've got Christina Bobb, a legal expert, who is here today to talk about, what this really means for President Trump and how the DOJ is handling this investigation. Then you've got me. I'm here to show you what's really going on, just to point the camera to let it play out and let people form their own opinions. We start at the beginning of the day and we're going to go until President Trump leaves the vicinity today. So you are going to see full commotion. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. I want to remind you that we also have President Trump speaking tonight in Bedminster, New Jersey. That's right, RSBN is all the way up in New Jersey as well. And that is where we're going to get President Trump's full remarks on what he experienced today. I'm expecting, like I said earlier today, this is just an arraignment. So this is where he you'd possibly go in, and it's the start of a jury, basically. And he could possibly plead not guilty today. He might do neither, but generally you do plead guilty or not guilty at an arraignment. I would expect them to fingerprint him and to possibly take a mugshot. Not sure if they're going to. I would expect if they do, that they do not release it to the public, but who knows? At least we're in Florida today as opposed to New York City, but this is federal as opposed to state as well. So there are some differences there, especially when it comes to federal courts and their rulings. Also, when it comes to media, we are not allowed to be inside live streaming the courtroom today, so you will not see any of that. And those are federal rules that we have to abide by. If we could be in there, we would do everything in our power to be in there. Looks like we've got some eyes, some spotters on the top of the building. One of them's hiding right now. But those are always fun to look at. It makes me feel a little bit safer. I've got two to my left, two to my right on the top of this building, and they are just keeping a close eye on everything on the ground. You can kind of see them up there with their binoculars. Kind of familiar with seeing them at different rallies. We'll see some, I guess, sharpshooters, whatever you want to call them, but that's the one time. Hey, let's talk. How you doing? All right. We'll talk later. Love that. They got eyes on me up there. I got eyes on them. Quid pro quo. The only way to do it. All right, you guys. Again, I have just heard that President Trump is officially on the way, so he has departed his Miami residence and is on his way here today. So let's see, let's do a quick map check and see just how far that is. I'm going to pull it up. I'm pulling it up right now for you guys. Trump Doral, let's see. All right, 9.4 miles away. It is with normally a 30-minute, today it's going to be a 46-minute drive. Let's set a timer for 46 minutes. You want to do that? My cameraman goes above and beyond what they have to do, but we're going to set a timer for 46 minutes. When we get a little bit closer, maybe 40 minutes, we'll really start to keep an eye out, because you never know. They don't tell you exactly where these are going to happen, where they're going to park, because of safety. I get it. I don't blame them. But we are just going to try to keep an eye out, and if we can see President Trump in his motorcade, are we going to get a thumbs up today? I don't know. I know that he did pass a rally of supporters outside his residence yesterday, and he gave them a solid thumbs up as he drove in. I know he had to go meet with some of his attorneys yesterday ahead of today's event, and there's breaking news all the time. So not only are they trying to keep up with what's going on and how to win this case, but also they're having to keep up with, because President Trump seems to be the only one that really cares, is what the Bidens have done recently. Their illegal shenanigans with Ukraine, and it looks like we have some legal counsel to my left. I'm gonna let Will get eyes on that as well. Possibly some, I hate to assume, but maybe interns or not jurors, but you can kind of tell the difference between future attorneys and then like future journalists. That's giving lawyer. So it looks like we've got a couple of people going into the courthouse today. I wouldn't necessarily say those are Trump's attorneys, but eyes on everything, right? That's what we're here to do today. All right, so we've got thousands of people today to support President Trump. A couple, maybe a handful or so of protesters, but as you can see right now, we've got that wide shot showing everything, so you can come up with these facts for yourself. You see what I see. I don't see protesters right now, and it's mostly a sunny, bright, pleasant day in Florida, minus the whole persecution of President Trump, the DOJ allocating its resources and interfering in an election cycle. Probably not great, but RSBN is going to make sure everyone's aware of what's actually going on today. We've got one that says lock him up. Looks like a lone protester there. Homemade sign. And we are still waiting. I want to thank everyone for tuning in today to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Make sure you subscribe to us on Truth at RSBN, and subscribe to us on Rumble as well at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We would love to get more followers on Rumble, or more subscribers is what they call it on Rumble, than our other platform that we used to stream to. So we definitely want to build up our Rumble platform. We're so thankful for all the support they've given us, and just the fact that they're a network, a social media, and a streaming company that really does fight for free speech. So we can't thank them enough. We encourage all of you to watch on Rumble, and if you can, go ahead and subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting Network. In just a few minutes, we're going to switch over to a commercial break, and while that is rolling, we're going to move the camera, I think, to, it's kind of one of those things, it's like flipping a coin, but I think we're going to switch the camera to where we can get a better view of President Trump, where we think he might possibly roll up. It's kind of blocked over there, but we've got the Blacks for Trump. They have shown up today. There's at least a dozen of them right now, 3, 6, 9, maybe 15 Blacks for Trump over to the left. And then it says, I can't read what it says because I have terrible vision. Blacks for Trump 2020. Blacks for Trump 2020. Yeah, mostly that. And then I can't read the website at the bottom, but they are showing up. They're over there in the bottom left corner of what you would probably see in the screen right now. We've got another Jeep coming through with Trump 2020, blank your feelings. Still 2 helis in the sky. I've got eyes on one one lookout on top of the building. They peek in and peek out. Oh, 2 of them now. They're cute. It's like baby birds. Oh, 2 more. I got 4. Those are hidden. Yeah, they blend in well. You see right up that. Yep. See, we're safe, guys. Come out and support President Trump against his political persecution here in Miami, Florida today. I'm watching kind of 360 cam, eyes in the back of my head. We've got a couple of police walking out of the building behind me, and more people are showing up right now as we get closer to President Trump's scheduled arrival. All right, and then we've got some bizarre thing right there. So, yeah, people are really just taking advantage of the marketing opportunities here, knowing that there's a lot of people and driving their cars through. I'd say 99.9% is President Trump support cars and flags, but occasionally you get that typical Miami vibe that you'll only ever see in Miami, Florida. But right now I'm going to toss it over to commercial break. We're going to rearrange a couple positions, and we'll be right back live in Miami, Florida for President Trump's federal arraignment.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets, sleepwear, dog beds.
Whoa, Charles. Everyone now can get MyPillow products at huge discounts at mypillow.com. That's right. Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our 3-in-1 sale. We're bringing you exciting new products, overstock specials, and closeout deals you won't find anywhere else. For example, when you buy one of our brand new MyPillow 2.0s, you get another one absolutely free. And with our overstock sale, you save 50% on our luxurious Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.99 for the best sheets ever. And with our biggest closeout special, you get our all-season slippers for only $35. Or our sandals and slides for just $25. Quantities are limited, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout!
Blackout Coffee, baby! Blackout Coffee! From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name is Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
America first! 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 Guys, let me hear it! MAGA! MAGA!
dictatorship! Down with the Biden dictatorship! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon!
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us during that short commercial break. So, we moved around a little bit. Ultimately, we decided to come back to basically the same spot on this camera, but we've got our second camera right now going around the building where we're looking like some streets are emptying out, clearing up. Local law enforcement is asking to stop the traffic. So possibly we've got two spots where the motorcade might possibly come in, and we'll have eyes on both of them as we get closer to that moment. Probably, I would guess we're about 25 minutes out. Let's check our 30, 33. All right, but we might have possibly gotten our info late. So I'd say 25 minutes maybe. We will see exactly when President Trump arrives. Also, I would guess that his motorcade doesn't have to sit in traffic like the rest of us have to. So maybe it'll be a little bit before that, maybe 25 minutes or so until President Trump's arrival here today at the federal courthouse. Now, I do want to ask our camera really quick in production just to make sure that we know when the B team is ready to go from the backside, so they can let me know. But in the meantime, I want to give a shout out to our friends over at Blackout Coffee. They have been an incredible supporter of Right Side Broadcasting Network. We've enjoyed working with them, and coffee is something you really can't get enough of in the media business, especially if you are in charge of covering President Trump, because that man has dragon energy. Now, if you're tired of the same old monotonous liberal-flavored coffee brands, stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. Go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values. And my friends, that's Blackout Coffee. It's not enough to simply taste great. You want to be proud to support the company knowing they align with your conservative values. That's why I'm telling you to give them a try. I'm proud to personally recommend Blackout Coffee. This is a coffee company that is 100% committed to conservative values. From sourcing the beans to the roasting process, customer support, or shipping, they've got an incredible work ethic and are dedicated to promoting conservative principles. They accept no compromises on taste or quality. Do me a favor and check out blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN and use coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. Ditch those other guys. Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. That's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN or use coupon code RSBN for 20% off your order. It looks like reports are now coming in that President Trump has already arrived. Motorcade has already come through, possibly using an underground parking deck, which my guess is the one behind us, and we might have missed it earlier when I said there were cars coming through, but that was about an hour ago, so I'm not sure when or where, but good for them. They got it figured out as long as he is safe and secure through this mess, so we can have our other team come back up front and cover some of the groups and the supporters for President Trump. We can make sure that they are aware of what's going on and that they can turn around and just come back right here. You can see the local police department. They are kind of growing in numbers as we get closer and closer to President Trump's 3 p.m. arraignment. We are less than 1 hour out until he's expected to go in front of the judge and possibly plead guilty or not guilty, but also have to go through the fingerprinting process and possibly headshot. We will see. We've got this truck that keeps circling by, and I really like that tractor trailer. I would love to own one of those. Don't think my little car would be able to tow it, but maybe one day. I'm going to take a quick water break. It is pretty hot down here in Miami. It feels okay unless you're talking for hours and standing in the direct sun. So let me get some water and I will be right back. But enjoy the scene. You guys can kind of figure out what's going on here, and then we'll talk about it when I get back.
Thank you, Liz. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Christina Bob. We are on the other side, the back side of the federal courthouse here in downtown Miami. As you can see, there's a crowd of people behind us here as well. Anyone just hoping to get a glimpse of the president as he arrives at court, but we are getting word that he is already here inside of the courthouse. That is confirmed that President Trump has arrived. He did not come the front way, maybe a secret way that he came in, but we do know that he has arrived for his hearing on those indictment charges. And so it's been a good day to see so many people coming out and supporting the president, but at the same time, to me, it feels like a somber day because I feel like we should not be here, Christina. We should be at home celebrating our families and being with our families on this Tuesday. He should be celebrating his birthday tomorrow, but yet the corrupt left is doing another attack on the president, another play out of their playbook to bring him down. And as you heard President Trump mention over and over again, he will not yield. He will not back down. He is going into that courthouse with a positive outlook on all of this. And we're just hoping for the best. But you know what's going to get us through this, as well as President Trump, the Lord. So we need to pray for him as much as possible because the left is trying its hardest to bring him down and destroy our country.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And although we didn't actually see Donald Trump come in or any of that, he came in through the underground parking on the other side of the building, so we came around the back to get a different view, but it's all blocked off. We can't get to anywhere close to where he would be. But we did see some of the senior staff on the campaign. I'll call out my friends and colleagues. Saw them walking into the building, but we did not see the president or his legal team or any of that. But I do imagine that he is speaking with his attorneys now, getting ready, as I'm sure he is already ready for this arraignment. What an arraignment is, it's where, I know we've mentioned this earlier, but it's where the court's going to make sure that he understands the charges that are levied against him, that he understands what he's being accused of, that he understands his rights, that he's comfortable. His attorneys have explained his rights to him. I imagine that his attorneys will probably waive reading the charges so that they could get through this a little bit faster. It's very much just a procedural hearing. He'll enter his plea of not guilty, and that really will probably be the end of it. Today is very much a procedural day. It is a very sad day, as Vanessa talked about, making history. This is not the kind of history we like to make in the United States, but here we are. We have our very first political prosecution of one administration prosecuting the number one opponent for the upcoming election and trying to get him out of the race, get him off his game. You know, I hear people say that the Democrats are trying to throw Donald Trump in jail, or they want to see him behind bars. I've seen people adding up the number of years that Donald Trump could potentially be facing. And I've got to say, I honestly don't even think that's their goal. I think their goal is to keep him out of the White House. They don't care if he wants to retire and live a happy, nice little life in Mar-a-Lago, you know, enjoying life on the beach. I think they would leave him alone, and they don't care about trying to throw him in jail. They just don't want him in power. They don't want him in the White House. And it's because he's determined to save this country. He's determined to make sure that the American people get to keep the freedoms that we were born with from our Constitution. He's facing these charges. He's entering a plea of not guilty. He's continuing with his campaign. He's not backing down. He has said it 100 times. He will not ever back down. Now, the charges, the quality of the charges that they brought against Donald Trump, I think, are not as great as you may hear some of the leftist pundits who are very much just excited to see an indictment against Donald Trump, and they hope that this is the one that gets him. You know, they've tried so many times. They got him now, Vanessa. Yeah. I don't think they do. I think they know they don't. The biggest hurdle that they have is Donald Trump had the lawful right to possess everything he possessed. And their case, the foundation of their case really is that Donald Trump illegally possessed classified documents. And that's not true according to the Presidential Records Act, according to the only case law interpreting the Presidential Records Act, Judicial Watch versus NARA. Everything points, law, statute, and case law all dictate that it is the president and only the president who determines what documents he gets to keep and what he has to return back to NARA. And Donald Trump made his decision, and then the archivist at NARA, a political appointee from the Biden administration, said, nope, we want to say that you can't have those documents. And so they've really invented a new crime here that hasn't existed before. And I think that's going to be really hard for them to try this case.
And it's really unfortunate that they can come up with this crime just to try to bring him down, because when that happens, we have no justice system here in America. It ruins everything that we stand for, and it's just... It gives you a glimpse of what can be in the future. They're just making up, per se, their own laws, and what they just want to do what they want to do. So let's back up a little bit. Again, Christina is on the campaign for Donald Trump, an attorney for the campaign. You were at Mar-a-Lago that day during the raid. Walk us through what happened.
Well, it was hot, a lot like today. You know, we're melting standing out here in the hot sun. But the FBI, Department of Justice, they arrived on site. I was not there yet. I was notified that I needed to come and arrive. And when I got there, they had already started the raid and they were already going through everything. I was not allowed to participate. I was not allowed to see what they were doing. I was forced to stand outside in the heat, much like today, for much longer, and wait for them to trickle information to me. I thought it was so interesting to me when I saw how Biden had classified documents and the way that his attorneys were allowed, not only allowed, they were allowed unsupervised to actually go through everything and turn over whatever they felt like they needed to turn over to the FBI. But yet, when I was there, they wouldn't even let me participate. Nope, this is just the FBI. This is just the Department of Justice. So, I had to stand outside and wait for them to give me any information, which was very little. And
then following that, pictures started surfacing. Let's talk about those pictures that started surfacing on the internet of boxes laying around and paperwork laying around.
Oh, the pictures that came in the indictment?
Yes.
Yeah, so the pictures in the indictment, I think those are out of context. They're not my pictures, so I don't have the background knowledge of where those came from in the foundation for what those pictures actually depict. But they put them in the indictment, and they're certainly going to have to prove that those pictures are what they say they are, and they're showing what they say they are showing in the indictment. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that, because I don't think Donald Trump actually mishandled classified information the way that they allege it in the indictment. So those are all facts that are going to have to be litigated throughout this case, and I'm sure his defense team is chomping at the bit to get to that, because as you are alluding to, we recognize that those pictures probably don't depict what they're saying that they depict. So I'm really looking forward to the president has a great defense team. I'm really, really happy that he's got the team in place that he does. Todd Blanche and Chris Keiss are representing him today, and I know that they're going to do a great job. I would love to be on this defense team because there are so many good defenses here. I wish I could be part of it, but I can't. But yeah, I think the president has a very good defense team in place, and they will raise all of the issues that you're raising.
Do you think it'll be a fair trial?
I would like to believe it will be a fair trial. Yes, I think moving the venue to Florida, I'm sure that was not something that they wanted to do, but realized they had to do it because this is actually where everything took place. I think that's very, very helpful to the president. I think he's much more likely to have a fair trial. It's hard, it's hard to say what is a fair trial because it's so political.
And that's what's scaring everyone, that everything is so political right now. What's going to happen? Is it going to be fair? Are they just going to, slap him with this charge and this charge and this charge just because it's a political witch hunt? I hope that's not the case. I hope it's fair, like you said, and I pray that it is, and I think that it will be, but I just want, because we're asked that all the time, and for the viewers at home, I had to ask.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a valid concern, right? Like, everyone wants to know, is he going to get a fair trial? And, I can't, again, I'm not on the defense team, I can't say one way or another what they're seeing or what they're experiencing on this, but I would like to think that he will get a fair trial in Florida. Judge Cannon certainly has a good reputation of making calling balls and strikes and being right down the middle on her opinions. People were upset that she appointed a special master earlier in this case. That got overturned at the Court of Appeals. So there's, questions about, is she too conservative? I don't think so. I think she's just calling balls and strikes and being a fair judge. So I at this point, I have no reason to think anything other than he's going to get a fair trial.
I think so too. So if you're worried at home, we firmly believe that everything will be okay and it will be fair and square.
And I just want to add to it, don't forget, the government has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning that there's no plausible alternative set of facts that could have come up besides what the government is trying to prove. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt and get a unanimous verdict, meaning every juror has to agree that beyond a reasonable doubt what they're alleging actually took place. I think that's a hard burden. It's a hard burden to meet, especially in a case like this where I'm not sure that they're going to be able to meet that burden, but we'll see.
We'll see. One more question. What is the mood like with Donald Trump? Is he in good spirits?
Yeah, he's more determined than ever to save this country. And I think the more they throw at him, the more resolved he becomes. He loves this country. He loves everything that it stands for. I mean, he has made a great life for himself and for his family because of all of the great blessings that America offers people. And I think I would use the word determined or resolved to make sure that we all get to keep those rights.
Right. Yeah. Christina, thank you so much for all of your knowledge right beside President Trump every day, working by his side and making sure that, these different accusations against him, I should say, are the truth comes out, and that's what we want. It's just the truth, and for the left to play fair and square, which they're not doing, and we can see that very clear that they are not doing that. So it's a very unfortunate time, but Donald Trump, he's a tough cookie. So hopefully, when I see him, like I saw him in North Carolina this weekend, he was very enthusiastic and eager, still talking about he's not going to yield, he's not going to back down. And when I hear him say that, I want to continue my fight as well. And everyone at home, continue your fight as well. He supports us. We have to continue supporting him, and we're with him until the finish line. So I want to show you real quick behind me where we are, a crowd of people on the back side of the courthouse. Tons of security here as well. And this is just a quick glimpse of the flags, balloons, people here hoping to get a glimpse and just wave to President Trump and let him know that they are here supporting him. Again, we are live on the backside of the federal courthouse in downtown Miami. Now we're going to toss it back over to Liz Willis.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Liz Willis reporting live with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are completely live outside of the Miami Federal Courthouse where President Trump is inside right now. I'm getting reports, and I might say this one time and one time in my life from CNN, that the booking process for Trump and his co-defendant, Walt Nanta, is now complete. CNN has reported this from inside the courthouse. He is under arrest. So very upsetting news right now. But again, that report is from CNN that President Trump's booking and processing is complete. So he is officially under arrest as far as this federal indictment goes with the 37 counts. President Trump was scheduled for the processing for 3 p.m. It looks like he did appear earlier than scheduled and finished earlier than scheduled. It's now 2:27 p.m. So the day is moving faster and earlier than expected. Not sure if this was some sort of security ploy to make sure, throw people off a little bit, but regardless, as long as he's safe and able to get in and out of this chaos, then good for him. And I do say chaos, but it is peaceful. It's just a lot of people, a lot of honking, and the noise. Y'all have been here with me all day, so you can kind of hear it behind me right now. A lot of it, I'd say 99.9% is support for President Trump. I've seen about five counter protesters here today, and those are all behind me, and I have seen at least 1,000 members of the media today as well. So the media loves President Trump, and not necessarily in the best way, because we know they're not fair to him, but they know that their ratings come from President Trump. But what a travesty of events. Yes, how you doing? Would you like to interview?
My dad's watching you guys, and he told me where you were so I could get on TV.
Give a shout out to Dad.
Dad, I'm on RSBN. How you doing, brother?
Talk to me. Your dad can talk to us too, but what's the crowd like out here today? How would you describe the support for President Trump or the protesters from someone on the ground?
Very few protesters. The support is incredible. It's all love. All love.
How does it make you feel that this is President Trump's second arraignment just this year alone?
It's just more of the clown world we live in. It's a total circus. It just makes them stronger, and it makes us stronger.
At the end of the day, despite the DOJ and the FBI and the Biden administration attacking President Trump, has your support weakened or grown?
It's grown by 10x. Even if they try to put him in a cage, I would vote for him. There's absolutely... the world is watching. The world is watching.
Well said. All right. Thank you very much. And shout out to Father. We love a father-son duo here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We put families first. So thank you for tuning in. And again, that's the kind of common consensus that I've gotten here today, that this political persecution, the way the DOJ and the FBI and all of Biden's administration has been targeting President Trump unfairly, it's really just making people more and more aware of this unfairness, and it's making them support President Trump tenfold. We see that when it comes to fundraising numbers as well. He rakes in millions every time he gets indicted. So if someone could please indict me, I could use a few $1 million. All right, I'm going to turn around, kind of kidding, but like kind of serious. I'm going to turn around. We're going to keep eyes on this. I like to kind of have my eyes on what's going on, especially at events like this, as opposed to my back to the crazy crowds, just because I don't trust anybody, especially the fact that you can have cars, driving back and forth, and you don't really know what's going on. So just like to keep my head on a swivel here. We do have that flag. I would put that in my bedroom, mainly because it's pink, but also because it's Biden's face and it just says idiot. And I think that's kind of iconic. So we are live here with RSBN. It is 2:30 p.m. President Trump has concluded his processing. He's officially and I hate to say it, but under arrest. And I am looking on Twitter for any other signs of what's going on here today. He has been arrested, though. So, moment of silence for the United States judicial system that is ultimately failing all of us right now and being used as election interference. I do want to give you all an update that we have our second camera on the ground as well. And right now they are going to get set up with some of there's an attorney here for President Trump, and she's a spokesperson for him. And there's also, I believe, Carrie Lake is on the ground. So our second camera right now is looking in this big crowd of people to try and find them so we can talk to them as well about what's going on here today. And we've got a Colombian I would say I'm trying to listen, but let's see. Spanish is rough. Let's say part of the murder for a Colombian with more corruption. I know I've butchered that, but it's about corruption in Colombia and death. That's what I'm getting. Also a rat. So a lot going on there. I've seen a few of them start to leave. It looks like they were here, to wave to President Trump and then, of course, show their support before he went in. So not a ton have left, but I have seen a couple groups go through this alleyway that we're standing in. We've got some drone footage ahead as well. Or overhead, excuse me. And a very passionate Colombian. Looks like we have some truths by President Trump that we've read that one already, so I just want to make sure we haven't missed any others. Looks like we're up to date so far. Again, for those just now tuning in, President Trump has officially been processed and arrested here in Miami, Florida. We are live with Right Side Broadcasting Network outside of the federal courthouse in Miami, Florida, where President Trump was arraigned earlier today. We're still here live. We're showing the crowds, showing you some of the traffic and the cars coming by, as well as just how big these crowds are. We've got local police department, Miami PD. I've seen a couple of what definitely looks like federal agents, and God bless them because they're in suits this time. So as opposed to, how we usually see them in their khakis, they're in black suits, and I could not imagine wearing a black suit in this summer heat. But good for them. So far, so good. It has been a safe day as far as what I've seen here in Miami, Florida. Peaceful protest, actual peaceful protest, not the kind that CNN described. But we are getting a lot of noise today with the cars and the motorcycles, and it's not the worst out of any of the rallies I've been to, but it's definitely worth noting so you guys know about what you're hearing and what you're seeing. I just want to explain it to you as if you're actually here with us today.
everyone. I'm Vanessa Broussard here in front of the courthouse. We're all in different spots this afternoon because there's a lot going on around the entire courthouse. There's crowds of people clearly right here in the very front, on the sides, in the back. People just making the rounds around the block, honking their horns. They have signs, they have flags. And so it's really packed here today. Very hot. Everyone here is sweating, but hey, we're going to make it and we're going to stand through it all for President Trump. He is currently inside the federal courthouse here in Miami. And he is with his attorneys before a judge for this arraignment on the indictments from what he calls the boxes hoax. We believe the same thing as well, coming from the raid of Mar-a-Lago on those classified documents that he declassified. And Christina Bobb, one of his attorneys on the campaign trail, it's an important day, and we know you've been busy, and the entire team of attorneys have been as well. And so we're feeling strong about it. We're feeling hopeful about it, and we're just going to keep fighting. But just like he fights for us, you'll hear me say it 100 times, we need to keep fighting for him. You have someone you want to speak to?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got so many great supporters out here. It has been a wild afternoon of exciting people singing happy birthday to Donald Trump. His birthday is tomorrow. People singing God Bless America. We've heard great chants. It's just been really patriotic and enthusiastic. And I wanted to bring in one of the supporters. What's your name and where are you from?
I am Carla Spalding. I am from Hallandale Beach, Florida.
And what brought you out here today?
Oh, absolutely supporting our president, President Trump.
What do you think about the fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice has indicted Donald Trump?
Well, I think they should look at Joe Biden. They should look at Pence. They should look at Hillary. She had no authority to take home have any classified information, after. So I definitely believe that I call this the trumped-up charges. So that's how I see it. Trumped-up charges, not legal.
That's a great way to put it. Now, we've been watching for about 8 years as the FBI and Department of Justice have been going after Donald Trump with Russia, Ukraine. We saw them illegally spy on his 2016 campaign. How do you feel like today is different than where we were back in 2016? Do you think more Americans are likely to believe or less likely to believe the FBI when they say Donald Trump committed a crime?
They will not believe. I did some interviews today with some other black Trumpers, and believe it or not, they were Democrats. And I was very surprised because they made it clear that they're Democrats, but they really support Trump. And when we asked them why, their main reason was they had a better life then than they do now, and they're very concerned. The price of everything has just skyrocketed, and we're on the verge of losing our dollar as the world currency. And, we're not even paying attention to that. It's time that we take our country back. It's time that the American people wake up and understand that this is the path of destruction, and we have to put our foot down and get all of those who are not supporting the American people. Every striking one of them should be voted out, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. They need to get the hell out of there.
Now, have you always been politically active or had strong political views, or has this come about recently?
No, actually, I'm a nurse. I was in the Navy, and after working at the VA hospital and saw what I saw, I thought the best way to solve that was actually to get involved where I can write laws to change it. Okay. So, with that said, that's what my intention really is. I'm actually running for Congress in District 25, Florida. I'm a big supporter of Trump, and I'm a big supporter of America. I'm a big supporter of America first. So whatever, I think that should be the first thing, and everything else is secondary. Right. So if we can all agree on that, yahoo.
Okay, and where do people find you? If you're running for Congress, do you have a website, or where do they see you?
I am at carlaspaldingforcongress.com, and I'm also on Twitter, Carla Spalding FL, and I'm on Instagram as well, so Carla Spalding.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Real quick before I let you go, what do you expect to come out of this? Do you think, it appears that the Department of Justice may be doing this politically to try to dissuade President Trump's
No doubt.
campaign. Do you think this is going to impact his campaign in any way?
It will only increase it better, I think. And even if he goes to jail, he can still run it from the jail cell. That's
All right. Very good. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming out. All right, Vanessa, a lot of really good supporters out here today. They're very excited to support President Trump. They want to make sure President Trump understands that they're out here supporting him. I think people are really starting to recognize that this is political persecution. They don't like it. They don't like the political prosecution of the most popular presidential candidate in our country right now. Now, a lot of media sites that will quote, oh, President Trump is the most popular Republican candidate. He's the leading Republican candidate. He's likely to become the Republican nominee, which is all true. He's also leading the Democrats. Right. So he is the #1 political choice for president today over Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, anybody else on the left. They like to leave that out and say he's the leading Republican candidate.
Right. You're absolutely right. He's leading by a large margin as well. If you look at the Republican side, whoever's coming in second place is not even close. There are 40 points plus difference in these polls. Also the same when you match up Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Same. Huge difference. So they're scared. They're worried. They know America loves President Trump and they want him back in office. The MAGA movement is something that our country has never seen before. It is amazing what this man has done and the love that the people show him. And they're MAGA. They're MAGA. What did he call us the other day? Magadonians?
Magadonians.
Yes, we're Magadonians. And so, it's just something that it's great to see all the people here. It's great to see the movement going on across the country. Donald Trump is standing strong. We're standing strong as well.
I think you're exactly right. We're out here for the arraignment today. The people are supporting the president because they see that this is political persecution. Today, moments away. I didn't even check the time. What time is it? Okay, it's 2:45. So in 15 minutes, President Trump is set to go before the judge to be arraigned, where he's going to have the charges read to him, let him know what his rights are, make sure that his attorneys have informed him of what he needs to be informed. The judge will ask him questions, and that will pretty much, he'll enter his plea of not guilty, and that will pretty much be the end of it for today. And then Donald Trump is going back to New Jersey tonight, where he is going to have his chance to address the nation and address what happened today. And this is making the worst kind of history in our country, as you were just discussing. It's really remarkable to think that we would have ever seen something like this happen in the United States during our lifetime. Political persecution is something you hear of in third world countries. It's not something you think of here. But I do think it's interesting how willingly other conservatives, supposed conservatives or quote unquote Republicans, have jumped into the game. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We say, why are there so many Republican candidates for president right now? Why isn't every conservative throwing their support behind Donald Trump and making him he already is the most popular, but making his campaign even stronger, even tighter and closer with having everybody behind him? And the only explanation is because all of the other candidates that are currently in the race are hoping the swamp wins. They are hoping the swamp wins. They are hoping that the swamp successfully removes Donald Trump from the race, and all they have to do is race each other. I'm talking about Ron DeSantis. I'm talking about Tim Scott. I'm talking about Nikki Haley. I'm talking about all of the other candidates, Chris Christie, whoever else, that they want the swamp to successfully remove Donald Trump from the race, even though it is so painful and damaging to our country. And I know we said this before, but Kari Lake was willing to come all the way from Arizona to come out here and stand out in front of this courthouse and say that she stands with Donald Trump and she supports the rule of law, and we need to stop politicizing the Department of Justice. And yet Ron DeSantis, who's the governor of Florida, couldn't be bothered to stay within his own state and come to Miami and stand out here and address the people of Florida, his constituents, and say, this is wrong, I stand with you, I support you. All he says is, when I'm president, I will address the problem. First of all, he will never be president. Second of all, it's happening in your state right now and you're the governor. So if you can't address it now as the governor of Florida, why would we trust you to address it as the president? And he can say, oh, well, it's different between being a state leader and being a federal leader. As the governor of Florida, with something happening in Miami, he can do more than tweet about it. So I don't think the American people are buying Ron DeSantis' position that, oh, I'll do something about it when I'm president. He will never hold public office again.
Right, and you know, you're absolutely right. Tell us how you really feel, Christina. Yes, you know, sometimes I was like this when I was in North Carolina this weekend. You know, looking at you speak just now, sometimes you just have to let it out. That's how I was in North Carolina because I was so angry. I'm so mad. I'm so fed up that this is actually going on. There's rhinos. You know, when you ask why are these Republicans even in the race, they know they don't stand a chance because they're rhinos. They want him to fail so they can, you know, hopefully get on the platform and become president. So, but speaking of rhinos, you have to do your homework because there are a lot, unfortunately, in the Republican Party. We've talked earlier about the articles of impeachment that Marjorie Taylor Greene has drawn up against President Joe Biden. And there are Republicans who are not standing behind this. And that is horrible. Like there's no way that Marjorie Taylor Greene could come up to me as a representative and say, will you get behind this? And I say no. It boggles my mind that there's people who are not behind this yet. That is a no-brainer. The president, Joe Biden, should be impeached, and Republicans need to get behind that and make sure it happens ASAP.
You're exactly right. In less than 15 minutes, they're going to arraign Donald Trump on charges for crimes that Joe Biden committed. That they actually have evidence and could prosecute a case that Joe Biden actually committed the crimes that they're charging Donald Trump with today. So the political hypocrisy is stifling. They can't hide behind it anymore. I think the American public recognizes what's happening. They recognize that the Justice Department has been completely politicized. It's unfair. The law is not applied equally to conservatives as it is to Democrats, and we're seeing that with Donald Trump. The perfect scenario is they charged him with illegally possessing. The foundation of many of the charges is that he illegally possessed classified documents, that he didn't have right to retain the documents. That's legally and factually incorrect, according to both statute and the only case law to interpret the statute, the Presidential Records Act, that says it is the president and only the president who gets to determine what documents he takes with him when he leaves the White House and what he has to turn over to NARA. So. And then the only case that interpreted that was the Judicial Watch versus NARA case, and it was very clear in the opinion that said that it is the president and only the president who gets to make that decision. So they have a very fundamental, foundational flaw in their case. They are not going to be able to prove that he was not lawfully in possession of those documents.
You know what we haven't talked about yet today, Christina? The 37 counts. Donald Trump mentioned that they took one and multiplied it. Are they different? Are they just, are they very similar?
They are very similar. I mean, it's typical of criminal cases, how they pled it, that you can take a very similar, like one set of facts that has, like, you know, any interaction you have with someone is going to have multiple pieces and charge each piece of that one scenario with crimes, different criminal conduct. So that's essentially what they did. There's not, you know, I don't think, sorry, I don't know if y'all can hear me, but
we've got a parade going by.
Yeah, there's a lot of enthusiasm here today. But yes, it's a very limited set of facts. The summary of it is the Department of Justice is saying that Donald Trump illegally took classified documents from the White House with him when he left. He did not. As I just said, he was lawfully in possession. He was the only one that had authority to determine what he left and what he took with him. So fundamentally, their case fails. However, with that, then they wanted to say that he somehow obstructed justice, that they were investigating a crime, which we know is not a crime. So it's like these secondary and tertiary charges of the crime of illegally possessing classified documents that I think at its foundation it fails.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see, and like Christina has mentioned, today is just a day where there's not going to be any outcome, there's not going to be any results. It's just I would say, like just a quick, do you feel that you know and understand these charges brought against you? He answers yes, and that's it. And then he's off to New Jersey to have a press conference. Now, originally, this was supposed to be a birthday party of sorts for him, a fundraiser birthday party, because his birthday is tomorrow. But now, because of this, he feels like he needs to address the public and address Americans. And I'm interested to see what he says tonight. Again, that's going to be at 8:15 Eastern. We have Brian Glenn there in New Jersey. He'll be covering that. So stick with RSBN. We'll have live coverage of President Trump's address to the nation tonight, starting at 8:15. Taking a look at the crowd, it's kind of dispersing a little bit. People are starting to walk around now. Moments ago, this was packed. You couldn't really even walk in this area. But if you think of the Miami heat and body heat combined, people just couldn't do it any longer. We couldn't. It was hot in there in that crowd of people. So people are starting to disperse and just kind of walk around and talk amongst each other, and lots of thank you. Lots of different things going on. People talking to each other, meeting strangers, becoming friends, just asking, where are you from? And they're from different states, and they just talk about what we all talk about, how, this administration is affecting us and how we need Trump back in office. Again, President Donald J. Trump has arrived at the federal courthouse in downtown Miami with his team of attorneys. He went through an entrance that was not on the front side or the back side to stay away from lots of coverage, you would think, just to, try to go in privately. He is expected to go in front of the judge in 7 minutes at 3 o'clock Eastern. No cameras were allowed inside, no cell phones allowed inside, no media allowed inside. Okay, and so that's why we are, for hours, standing outside here covering what we can see out here and then talking to the people on the inside who can give us updates. Okay, we want to thank Free Knife USA for being a sponsor today. Tack Right with their free knife offer. They are giving away a tactical pocket knife that retails for over $50 for free today. All you have to do is cover their small shipping and handling fee. Incredible deal available for today's event. Supplies are super limited, we're told. Last time they did this, it sold out in 3 hours. So go to freeknifeusa.com. Grab your free tactical knife today. Don't miss this incredible deal. You can also scan the QR code on your screen to go directly to the freeknifeusa.com website. Again, don't miss this deal. Go to freeknifeusa.com. Grab your free tactical knife today. Tack Right is proud to support this Trump event. Again, grab yours today. That website, freeknifeusa.com. And we want to thank all of our sponsors for us being here today, and you, the viewers, as well. We know you donate to the cause, and we appreciate all of you to keep us on air, for us to travel the country following President Trump, the conservative MAGA movement. It's because of you and our sponsors we're able to do this and report the truth, and we're going to be here along the way fighting for President Trump, and we'll be with him as he wins the presidency in 2024. We believe it. He believes it. But it's up to us to stand behind him to make sure that we end the Biden administration, their corruptness, what they've done to Americans. We can't afford groceries. We can't afford gasoline. Our 401ks are plummeting. Stock market is plummeting. Our borders are open. The homeless populations in these large cities, people living on the streets, can't afford a place to live. People on food stamps. Fentanyl crisis. The list goes on and on. This is not the America that we want. This is not the America that we stand for. This is not the America that our founding fathers wanted. This is the America that the liberals want. This is the America that the Biden administration wants. This is their way for the government to gain control of the people. You know, I talk to people from other countries who came here to free communism, and they tell me all the time, this is exactly what we saw in our countries, and we're starting to see in America as well. And they're worried, they're scared. Well, where will we go next if this continues on? If they do bring down Trump and Biden gets in office again, or a Democrat gets in office again, where will our country be in 4 years? Look what's happened in just 2.5 years. And so it's very scary to think that this is going on, but also these people who just minutes ago, some lady stopped us and said she's lived it, she's breathed it, and she's a prime example of coming from one of those countries and seeing that we're on the verge of being just like them, and then we have no place to go.
We are. She said that her family came here in the 80s from Nicaragua, and she was passionate about preserving America, preserving our freedoms, protecting Donald Trump, and she was like, I want everybody to know that we feel this way, our parents felt this way, and our children feel this way. The next generation coming up is even more MAGA, more America first, according to this lady. And it was really inspiring to see that she had come out here to spend her Tuesday out here to support Donald Trump, because she wanted him to know, as well as the rest of America to know, that immigrants support Donald Trump.
And they do, and they're out here today. We can see them everywhere with their signs and shirts on. I want to mention that we are on Truth Social. I'm under Vanessa Broussard.
And at Christina Bob.
Yes, Christina Bob. Go ahead and if you have any questions, if you have any topics you want us to cover or talk about, join the conversation with us. We'd love to talk to you. We respond back to you. And yeah, you can do that. Follow us right now on Truth Social. We are just minutes away from President Trump going before a judge. He's probably in the courtroom right now awaiting this hearing, this arraignment. It starts at 3 o'clock, so just 2 minutes away. So that is about to get underway right now. It's just surreal to say. Like, it hurts me to even say that he's in court in front of a judge.
I know, it's really remarkable. I know we're out here today to show support for the president and make sure that the country knows how many people love him and support him and recognize the politicizing of our justice system and that we don't like it. But I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to tonight.
I am too.
I want to see what he says tonight, because of course he's here, he's in court, he's with his lawyers, he's got to, be the reserved defendant, right. Donald Trump. But he doesn't have to do that tonight when he gives his speech, and I can't wait to hear what he's got to say tonight.
Yes, and again, stay with us on RSBN. Our Brian Glenn is in New Jersey, where President Trump will be giving his speech, and we are eager to see what he has to say, and so we'll have team coverage continuing there this evening. I believe we do want to go to commercial break. That should be coming up soon as we wait for President Trump to go before a judge. We're live in Miami. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Christina Bob and Liz Willis, who's also on the scene. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets, sleepwear, dog
Whoa,
bed.
whoa, Charles. Everyone now can get MyPillow products at huge discounts at mypillow.com. That's right. Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our 3-in-1 sale. We're bringing you exciting new products, overstock specials, and closeout deals you won't find anywhere else. For example, when you buy one of our brand new MyPillow 2.0s, you get another one absolutely free. And with our overstock sale, you save 50% on our luxurious Giza Dream bed sheets. That's as low as $29.99 for the best sheets ever. And with our biggest closeout special, you get our all-season slippers for only $35. Or our sandals and slides for just $25. Quantities are limited, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome back. I'm Liz Willis reporting live for Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're standing outside the Miami Federal Courthouse where President Trump is inside right now. He has been processed and fingerprinted and arrested. Not in the normal terms that we think of, but as far as legal issues go, that is what is happening inside right now. It could be any minute that he finishes, concludes, gets back into his motorcade and heads to the Miami airport where he will board Trump Force One and head to Bedminster, New Jersey. President Trump has scheduled to speak tonight in Bedminster, New Jersey at 8 p.m., and that is where he's going to speak about the transactions that have happened here today. Brian Glenn will be there reporting live for Right Side Broadcast Network. We're going to have the entirety of the event live for y'all as well. So if you're looking for it, that is posted on Rumble and our website as well. So you guys can follow those links and watch the update from Bedminster. I've seen a few posts from what's going on at Bedminster, and honestly, it looks like a really well-organized event. There's chairs. There's a lot of names on the chairs. I saw Kash Patel was one of the names who's expected to be there, Mike Lindell as well, and a few other prominent figures in the conservative political arena. So Brian Glenn will have his hands full tonight, but I'm sure we'll be getting you some great interviews this evening. I'm excited to see President Trump's reaction and what he has to say about what transpired here today. Of course, it is a historic day to be standing here as President Trump is federally arraigned for charges that are seeming a bit insane. Something that presidents have done times and times before him, even Joe Biden has done, not even as president, and nothing has come of that, nor Hillary Clinton's 33,000 emails or Hunter Biden's laptop. So it's just an erroneous use of power by the Department of Justice and the FBI, and time again we're going to see it. But the media here today is a circus. They are, and I saw this quote on Bannon's War Room, so I do want to give them credit for that, but I believe it was salivating at the thought of this finally being the thing to take Trump down. So the final nail in the coffin, the media is really hoping and praying that this is it today. They are, like I said earlier, there's at least 1,000 of them here today. I've never seen more media, I don't think, in my life. So huge event, and salivating at the thought of it was such a great way to put it, because that's exactly how it was today when we walked up earlier this morning. There was so much media. It was bizarre. Definitely shows their hatred towards America, their hatred towards President Trump. But RSBN is here, and we are going to show you the full event of how things go down, how they play out. His motorcade came in earlier today. They did it in a very secure and safe way. So secure and safe that I personally could not find them, so strike one for me, because I love to get that footage of President Trump's motorcade. I believe some of the helicopters were able to get that, so all we need is a helicopter, and my logistics will be on it next time for the third arraignment, whenever that may be. Kind of kidding, kind of not, but we had to cover President Trump's in New York, and they're just looking for anything they can possibly get a judge to sign off on. It's really sick, and it goes to show the level of love President Trump has, because nobody would put themselves through this for anything unless it was truly to save America. That's exactly what President Trump is trying to do time and time again, and they are giving him hell for it. So just prayers for President Trump. I know tomorrow is Flag Day, and I believe it's also President Trump's birthday. So what a wild 24 hours he's got in store. And this is all, of course, leading up to the Republican primary. We will see which politician is going to take us to the White House in 2024. The crowd behind me is saying 100% President Trump. And a common theme here today is also that there is no faith in the FBI or the DOJ. I think it would take a miracle, a comms miracle, a PR miracle for people to start to have faith in those three-letter agencies again. One thing President Trump has done in his administration is really bring some of the truth to light about their corruption and about the deep state, some would call it that. So I guess shout out to President Trump for that. But the FBI and the DOJ, they need a PR and a comms miracle for people to start to have faith in their systems again. Right now, it's an absolute mess. It's not looking good for them. As a comms major, I'm pretty good at it, but I definitely would not want to take on that daunting task. So I'm going to turn around, check out what's going on behind me, give you an update on the scene here, and also check my phone for any updates. It's currently 3:07 p.m. President Trump was not scheduled to even begin his arraignment process until 3 p.m. We did get word of him going in around 2:15 p.m., and it all happened pretty fast. So I'm going to step aside, look on my phone, make sure we're not missing anything, and just continue to set the scene for you guys here in Miami, Florida with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So from Breaking 911 on Twitter, President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges in his classified documents case. Again, breaking news here. I want to say President Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges in his classified documents case. The Twitter, we don't have a producer or anything here to let us know what exactly is going on inside, and I want to be able to deliver that news for you. So for me to do that, I do have to try and read really fast as well and take quick breaks where I catch up on news. Otherwise, just making stuff up, and we don't do that here at RSBN. So I'm turning around, you've got that scene in front of me, and the crowd is a little dispersed, not as congested as it was earlier today, but we still have a lot of the same cars driving past and the media here today as well. They're just standing out there waiting to see possibly a glimpse of President Trump exiting or any potential lawyers coming out to make a statement. So we'll be on the ground waiting for that to happen. We will not leave until all is said and gone, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with us here at RSB Network because this event is not over yet. But again, I want to make it clear, President Trump has officially pleaded not guilty to all charges in his case today. Now, there's a lot of other stuff going on today, too. I believe that, I screenshotted an email earlier, but we have officially... the Biden administration has announced additional security assistance for Ukraine. And I'm going to skim through it, but tell you that this is all roughly $325 million of the United States taxpayers' money. So that happened today. And I know that probably a lot of Americans are not happy with that, but of course they would do it on a day where the news isn't going to be focused on covering that. They tend to sweep these things in at such opportune times. Today, the Department of Defense, the DoD, has announced additional security assistance to meet Ukraine's critical security and defense needs. This authorization is the Biden admin's 40th drawdown of equipment from DoD inventories for Ukraine since August of 2021. It includes key capabilities to aid Ukraine's efforts to retake its sovereign territory and support Ukraine's air defenders as they bravely protect Ukraine's soldiers, civilians, and critical infrastructure, as well as artillery, anti-armor systems, and ammunition valued up to $325 million. So that was released by the Biden administration today as things are heating up here in Miami, Florida. They actually also came out in kind of a turn of events and condemned the topless transgender activist who decided to shake her breast with no shirt on the White House lawn. I mean, the trashiest thing you could possibly think of to happen at the White House is happening there. And I believe Karen Pierre and a few others have just mentioned that that they do not condone that behavior and it does not support the what they were trying to do, which I'm not really sure what that was, but at least they don't condemn nudity on the White House lawn. I'm not sure. Really grasping for straws here. But it looks like there's a good amount of stuff going on in front of us as well. So in just a few minutes, we'll switch cameras and be able to get more into the middle of that crowd to show you exactly what's going on there. Again, tons of media here today. And at 3:15, we are going to toss over. So in just a few minutes, I want to thank everyone for tuning in today to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're excited to have you. Not necessarily under these conditions, but nonetheless, we're going to be here and we're going to make sure that we show you as much as we possibly can. Again, Miami, Florida, live outside the federal courthouse. A beautiful building here in Miami, Florida. My first time really being at it and or noticing it, and there's a lot of support out here for President Trump. So I think it's safe to say Florida is Trump country. We knew that before, but this kind of guarantees it. I mean, the amount of support for President Trump is outstanding, and it seems that it's a unanimous thought amongst all of these supporters that the DOJ is just being absolutely reckless and impartial. I want to talk to you about my friends over at Birch Gold Group also. If you're like me and you don't trust our government with your financial future and the thought of losing your hard-earned retirement money to DC's reckless and politically motivated policies scare the heck out of you, well, you're not alone. Smart Americans are taking action while they still can. They're doing so by protecting their retirement savings with gold, with Birch Gold Group. When things are a mess like right now, precious metals can be the difference maker for your savings. Birch Gold makes it easy to convert an IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered account in precious metals. Here's what you need to do. Text Trump to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Best of all, sorry. Can you tell I'm on edge? Here's what you need to do. Text Trump to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Best of all, there are no taxes or penalties to make this move. Text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit on gold today. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews, Birch Gold is who you can trust to protect your future. Text Trump to 989898 today. Plus, when you contact Birch Gold now, you'll be eligible for up to $10,000 in free precious metals on qualified purchases. Text Trump to the number 989898 now. Sorry about that little jump scare. I'm very fidgety. I always have been, and this person just appeared out of nowhere yelling at the guy in front of me. So that's what I get for standing next to a guard tower. All right, I'm going to toss it over to Vanessa and Christina, who are kind of in the thick of it over there, and we're going to get to know what these supporters really think about today's arraignment. Over to you guys.
Everyone, we are here in front of the federal courthouse in downtown Miami. It's gotten quieter, a little quieter than what it was earlier. I want to bring in a Trump supporter. She is here supporting the president, and you've been to many rallies, so you like to follow him and really show him that you have his back.
I always have his back. I'm about to cry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, he's our president. Loves America, loves the people of America. And we have to fight, we have to help him and support him. All of this is lies from the deep of hell. These people are from hell. Okay,
it's evil.
Yes, it's evil. We have the devil reigning right now. I just want to cry.
What is it about you that makes you cry? You support him so much. You're always around. You're out here in the heat. You travel. You follow him. What is the most emotional part for you?
the injustice that they're doing to him, the injustice that is happening in America, the injustice we don't have. I knew America back in 1962. I know America when it was John F. Kennedy. So I know, and I cried when they killed him. I was in second grade and I cried, and I'm 70 years old now, and I still love this president, and I love Reagan, and I love this president.
Well, let me tell you something. This will hopefully encourage you. President Trump is very strong. He likes to win. He wins a lot. And I don't know how he does what he does, but we're going to pull him through, and he's going to pull us through. So wipe those tears from your eyes. We'll be okay. Thank you. Yes, we're glad you were out here today. Have a good one. So you can see there are emotional people out here as well, vocal people with megaphones, just a lot of good American-loving patriots. As Christina mentioned earlier, it's starting to, people are starting, I don't want to say fizzle out, but they're starting to, try to just walk around, because at the time that President Trump arrived, everyone was gathered in one spot. And so everybody was shoulder to shoulder, and with the heat and the body heat, it was just sweltering. We were right in the middle of it, and we had to walk out.
The breeze actually is starting to feel, I'm grateful for the breeze. But I think people, I've got to give it to the people that have stuck it out a hot day, standing out here in the heat to support Donald Trump. And they want to stay until they know that he's gone. And I just think that's a huge testament to how much Americans love Donald Trump. They're going to stay here until he leaves, so that when he leaves, he knows that he is fully supported, he's got the support of the American people, and then they'll go home. But they're not leaving until he leaves. And I just think that goes to show the mark of a true leader, not because Donald Trump certainly didn't demand that anybody did that. That's just the spontaneous reaction to the American people who support their leader who's being persecuted at the moment.
Absolutely. Just to paint a picture for you right now, if you're just now joining us, President Trump is in the courthouse right now with his attorneys in front of a judge. We have helicopters flying over, so protection from the air, protection from the ground, snipers on the building. I don't know if we were able to get snipers on the building. So they're looking down. They've had binoculars. And so it's just been very secure here. I know there's been a lot of worry, Christina, about what type of an environment it would be in today. People might have been worried to come out here, but we have not had any sense.
Honestly, I think that's leftist media spinning up.
Exactly.
They're trying to make Trump supporters sound violent, or try to make Trump supporters sound like they're going to come. You know what's funny?
It's the other way around.
Who torched the federal courthouse in Portland? It was liberals. It was Antifa. It was BLM. It was the crazy people that were trying to make whatever that was.
Who does it on a daily basis when you have these stores shutting down because they are throwing rocks into windows and breaking in and stealing? That is not Trump supporters.
No, the left is the one that is violent. And I'm not saying they're all violent, but when there's violence, it's coming from the left. And we come out here today and we see a lot of different supporters out here of all races, of all ethnicities, quite honestly, largely Hispanic community in South Florida. And there's nothing. The most aggressive thing that we saw right as we came back from being live was the guy following the liberal around with the bullhorn saying that Joe Biden was a pedophile. That was the most aggressive thing I saw all day, and it was just kind of annoying and stupid.
Yes, it was. And so that's it. I mean, it's been very peaceful. It's always peaceful. That's just a Trump event. You never have to worry when you're coming to one of these things.
I keep checking my phone to see if we've gotten word if the arraignment's over or not. Not yet. It's still going on, so I would expect probably 10, 15 more minutes. Hopefully it's a short one. And then he'll leave, and we fight another day. We keep going. And Donald Trump has said he will not give up. He will not surrender. He is in this to save this country, and I cannot wait to hear his speech tonight at 8:15 in New Jersey when he gets home. He's in, his own home with his friends and his crowd, and I think it will be true Trump fashion.
Absolutely. And, I wonder every day what's going through his mind. Yesterday he was meeting with his attorneys at the Trump Hotel here and golf course here in Miami, meeting with his attorneys. And when you have someone like President Trump who didn't have to do this, does not have to do this, can throw in the towel right now. He could throw in the towel today and say, you know what, I love the country, but I'm just going to go home.
And if he did that, they would stop.
They would stop.
If he did that, they would, cut a plea deal or something. This would all go away if he just said, I'm not running for president anymore. This is not about throwing him in jail. There have been a couple people around here with signs saying that, Trump in prison or, put him in prison or whatever. I honestly do not believe the Biden administration, Department of Justice. I don't think they're trying to throw him in jail. They would if they had to, if they could or whatever. But that is not their goal. Their goal is to keep him out of the White House. That's the sole purpose of all of this, is to keep Donald Trump from being president again. I do not believe they'll be successful, but that's what they're trying to do.
And it comes a time, too, when you start thinking, what next? I feel like, Christina, that they know we're going to be watching the polls very closely in 2024 after what happened in 2020. They know there's election watchers, poll watchers out there, poll workers out there. We are making strides and making sure that an election isn't stolen. And so since they know there's going to be close eyes on Election Day, they had to come up with something else.
Right. I don't think it's even going to be close. And they're running out of cards to play. When you say, what's next? What are they going to do? Are they going to indict him again? There might be a couple indictments pending. Who knows? But then what? What do? They have nothing. Donald Trump is going to survive because he didn't actually commit any crimes. He's going to be the most popular presidential candidate in American history again. And everyone is going to be so fed up with what the Biden administration and what Democrats and the swamp have done to this nation. Nobody's voting for Joe Biden. If he's still around, he may be impeached by then. So whoever they, schlep up there to post as their pseudo candidate, nobody is going to vote for a Democrat for president after everything that they're doing for this nation. I think Donald Trump's going to have historic wins, and I think they cannot possibly cheat enough. If we saw how badly they cheated in 2020 to defeat Donald Trump, they do not have the manpower, the resources, everything they need to cheat enough to defeat Donald Trump in 2024.
I'm getting word right now, no further conditions imposed, no travel restrictions. Just one moment, I'm getting this into my phone. No cash bond imposed. Explain that.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry. Did I see it?
No cash bond imposed.
They're not making him pay to stay at it. They're not putting him in jail. He doesn't, there's no pretrial confinement. Sorry,
so that's just now coming in. No further conditions.
Oh, no travel restrictions.
No travel restrictions.
Okay, sorry. He's free to travel. He's campaigning for president, and so he's allowed to travel around the country if he needs to go overseas. They're not putting any travel restrictions on him, which is what I would expect in a situation like this. What was the other stuff?
No cash bond imposed.
No cash bond, so he's not going to have to pay to stay out of jail. Great, that's it. Fantastic. So, short and sweet. We live to fight another day, and we will, fight he will, and we keep going.
Yes, we will. I put it on my social media yesterday. Every day we wake up and we fight, and we fight, and we fight, and you get tired. He has to get tired. But you wake up the next day, and you put up the good fight. And I don't know, I get energy from him. When I see his energy, I get energy. When I see his love, I feel like I need to put out more love. When I hear him say, I'm not going to yield, I feel like, and it doesn't even have to do with America. I feel like anything in my personal life, I will not yield. He's so inspiring. How does he do what he do? And I could just be half the person that he is.
Yeah, I mean, his enthusiasm and his drive and his love for this nation, I really think is fueling the nation at this point. He is keeping our hope of freedom, our hope of independence and sovereignty, and the ability to be a free nation. He's keeping that hope alive with what he's doing, and I don't know how he does it, but he does, and he absolutely is the right man at the right time to do the right job, to take the right positions. I mean, he's a godsend. He is saving this country.
Legalize ranch.
He absolutely is. And we need him, and we need all of America to just keep supporting him, and don't let the left deter you from what's right. We see a lot of things on other media outlets that it's just gross, Christina. The LGBTQ community just had an event at the White House recently, within days. And I saw a picture this morning, and it has stuck in my head all day long. I could not even believe what I saw. There was a toddler on someone's hip and a girl dancing with a thong bikini, and the toddler looking at it from just feet away. And the things that they are teaching our children and want to put in schools, not to mention the economy and what adults are facing, but I have a toddler at home. So when I see pictures like that and what they are forcing down our children's throat, what in the world is going on with these people? And they're getting worse and worse every single day. The left just can't get, just when you think you can't get more far left, they keep pushing it, and they push those boundaries, and it's just disgusting. And now they're attacking our children. Let me tell you, Mama Bears, we're going to save this country. It's the Mama Bears. Carrie Lake said it during her campaign. It's the Mama Bears that are going to save this country, because we do not let them. You might attack me, but don't attack my baby.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. I think a lot of parents really have risen to the challenge of fighting off wokeism, especially now. Did you see California? I don't know if it's actually been signed into law or if it passed one of the houses, but California actually has a bill that says they can strip parental rights of parents who do not affirm gender transition care. So it basically gives more rights to the educators over a child than the parents. It's absolutely insane, and it's incumbent upon parents to rise up and push back and fight and say, absolutely not in this country, no way. So, yeah, I think it is the Mama Bears. I think it's proud parents and people who are concerned about kids. It's really everybody. Every demographic, I think, is really waking up and stepping up to help take back this country. Let's go back to the arraignment real fast. It looks like people are starting to leave. It looks like people are aware that it's over. The arraignment's been complete. The terms.
And I'm sorry, Christina, I did not mean to cut you off, but we just have breaking news. Trump did confirm plead not guilty to all charges just now.
Okay, fantastic. So he's pled not guilty. There's no travel restrictions. There's no cash bond imposed. So he's free to continue campaigning, living his life as normal, the way that we would as this process plays out. And man, it's going to be one heck of a campaign season. I hope.
Buckle up, everybody. We're in for a ride, but you know what? We're on that Trump train, and we are going to just choo-choo our way all across America and stick in this race together. And yeah, it's gonna be a ride, but we're in for it, and we're ready for it. And he's ready for it.
He is ready for it. I don't know that the left is ready for it. I think they thought he would be weaker than he is. I think they thought Americans would be weaker than we are, that he would cave, we would cave, people would lose hope. And it's having just the opposite effect. And I don't think they're going to know what to do or how to handle it when they realize how many Americans love this country and support Donald Trump, whether they like him or not as a person. They don't like what's happening in our criminal justice system and how it's being weaponized against the American public and against political opponents. And I just see, I don't even want to call it, I was going to say a red tsunami, but I don't even want to call it that. It's this anti-establishment tsunami. It's a wave of people who are pushing back against the federal government and saying, no, the government works for us, not the other way around. And I think it's going to be a really good year. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I'm not trying to blow sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah.
But it's going to be really, really good. I think it's going to be cleansing. I think the chaos and evil that we're seeing in the world, I think it's going to get purged because they are running out. They are running out of ammunition. There's only so much they can do to bring down Donald Trump, and they're running out of cards to play.
They are. And again, breaking news just coming in. He has pleaded guilty. Not guilty to all charges brought against him. Not guilty to all charges brought against him. No travel restrictions, which is great. And so we expected that, though, not guilty plea from President Trump. I want to take you to the skies. We know when those helicopters start circling that it's a good indication that he is about to leave the courthouse. They've been circling for about 5-10 minutes, and we've seen that recently that when they get near, that means he will be leaving the courthouse. So if you're just now joining us, we've been standing here outside waiting for the arrival of President Trump. He went in front of a judge at 3 o'clock Eastern. It's been a short hearing of sorts. It's now 3:30, and we're getting word that he has pleaded not guilty to all charges brought against him. No further conditions have been imposed, no travel restrictions, no cash bond imposed. So that's what we're getting from inside the courthouse right now. People are still standing outside hoping to get a glimpse of the president. We didn't really get a glimpse of him on the ground here per se at the courthouse. They went a different direction than what most people would think, which would it's common. We expected that. You don't know which door he's going to go in or which direction he's going to be. They don't release that. And so with us being here in the front, he did not come in the front. We also had a crew in the back of the courthouse. He didn't come that way also. But we did get word when he did arrive that he was inside the federal courthouse. A lot of enthusiasm out here today. Hopeful for our country, hopeful for our nation. Hoping that the president can continue fighting the good fight. He flew into Miami yesterday afternoon, went straight to his hotel in Miami, the Trump Hotel and Spa, the golf resort. Met with attorneys all afternoon into the evening hours. Had dinner there at the hotel. Went back to his room and got ready for today with his team. Arrived here at the courthouse shortly after 2 p.m. to go before the judge at 3 p.m. It is now 3:30 and we're hearing that they are starting to wrap it up. Okay, so we are going to thank our sponsors for being here today and letting us be here to cover these events. Without our sponsors, we couldn't do this. So we want to thank all of them. We want to tell you about the Trumpinator. If you haven't seen this, it's really cool. And I'm going to put the microphone down for just a second and tell you all about the Trumpinator. Sorry, there's a lot going on here right now. Okay, we're back. So let's talk about the Trumpinator bobblehead. We know that President Trump will be back. It's time to celebrate the great return by clicking on the link below and getting your very own Trumpinator 2024 bobblehead in preparation for Donald Trump's reascendance to the United States presidency. Look at this. I have one. Love it so much. It's a collectible bobblehead from Proud Patriots, and it's made with the highest quality material, and it's really a must-have for any Trump fan who wants to send some energy towards what is shaping up to be the most glorious political comeback in history. Don't wait. There's just a limited number of these, and you don't want to be caught paying way more later on eBay when someone else bought it and then sells it. So whatever you do, don't wait. Click on the link below right now, or you can also text the word Trump to 70301. Again, that's 70301 to show your support for Trump 2024 today. The Trumpinator bobblehead. How cool is that? All right, we are still waiting for President Trump to exit the facility as things start wrapping up inside the courtroom. He appeared before the judge at 3 o'clock. The helicopters are flying over, which makes us believe that it should be wrapping up very soon, because they do keep him protected from the air as well. People are still beating the heat, Christina. It's a little more quiet. When people first got here this morning, they were energetic. They were fired up. They were chanting. They were singing patriotic songs. But now I think everybody's just wanting a nice shower. Yes, it's sweltering. And there's really not water provided. So unless you brought water, it's almost unbearable.
That's why I think people are starting to head out. People who didn't come prepared to camp out here all day in the heat, I think, are relocating. They did set up a mic stand, so my guess is at some point someone from the courthouse is going to come speak and say something.
So we're going to head that way real quick because they are setting that up. So let's head that way. And I'll have you get a look in. Set this mic up.
Let go for Hedgie, man. Let go for Hedgie, piece of shit. Let go for Hedgie, motherfucker. No more waiting. No more waiting. No more waiting. No more waiting. No more Hussein Obama. No more Hussein Obama. No more Hussein Obama. No more corruption.
We stand on 1-6. Don't watch the fucking news. Watch people like that. Tell us about the Russian collusion. How are you? Can I fix your tie? You fucking moron. Tell us about Russian collusion again. Tell us about the Russian collusion shit again. What about pussy Trump? What about pussy ass Trump, bro? Sir, did you get that soap from Men's Warehouse?
We're here for history.
Shit, communist.
It's and sounds from directly in front of the federal courthouse. We do have a few protesters out here, but not many. I've only seen a couple today. And when I say a couple, not even a handful, Christina. There's only a few. And everything has been very peaceful and typical fashion for Trump supporters.
And for the folks that saw the, whatever you want to call that, the podium of microphones of all the networks that are waiting for someone to come and make a speech, I believe it will be someone from the courthouse that will come and advise people of what happened at the arraignment. Like we said, he's free to travel. He did plead not guilty. There was no bond required, any of that. So I think they'll come and they'll give that information. But otherwise, I don't expect anybody from President Trump's team to come out and speak.
Right. And so that'll probably come tonight. We're going to be anticipating him this evening. Yes, he'll speak
tonight in New Jersey, and this will be to let everybody know what's happened here today.
So we have people chanting, we have people standing around, people walking around with their flags, people waving themselves from the heat with whatever they can find. We do have full security around the courthouse along the vicinity here for several blocks. Snipers on the roof, helicopters in the sky. We want to thank all of our law enforcement as well for being out here today and protecting the president as well as us. As always, we back the blue, and we are very appreciative for the work they put in. Still waiting for President Trump to exit the courthouse. Again, if you're just joining us, he has pleaded not guilty to the charges brought against him, the accusations brought against him.
Today is definitely a historic day, a sad reason to make history today. The first time a sitting president has indicted his number one political opponent, who is currently more popular in the polls than he is, and likely won the last election when they went head to head. We have officially slunk to a level where those in power will throw their political opponents in jail, or will try to anyway, or criminalize otherwise non-criminal activity on the part of their political opponent. So, and I do think it's interesting that all of these same people were telling Donald Trump, you can't indict Hillary, you ran against her, you can't indict Hillary, we don't do that here in this country, you can't indict all these people, you can't indict all of these people. And he leaves office and they indict him. They do exactly what they told him he couldn't do. So I think this establishment, this political class, is very concerned that the tables will turn if they don't successfully get rid of Donald Trump. I do not believe they will be able to successfully get rid of Donald Trump, but they're certainly doing everything they can to try. But I think America's going to come back stronger. Although today is a sad day, I fully anticipate that when President Trump gets back to New Jersey tonight, he's going to encourage the nation. He's going to show himself to be the strong leader that we all know and love. And I think the best days are ahead for America. They really are.
I agree, and I pray for the best for our country and for our generation and the generations to come. Let's toss it over to Liz Willis to see what's going on where she's at. Liz?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Liz Willis. I'm reporting live for Right Side Broadcasting Network, currently outside of the federal courthouse here in Miami, Florida, where President Trump, the 45th president of the United States. Hey, how are you? Would you like to do an interview? All right, we're going to grab this young man real quick, and I just want to introduce yourself, where you came from today.
My name is Jose Galan, and I'm a Miami native. I've been living here my whole life. I was actually born in Cuba. I came when I was 1 year old, but this is my country.
I've seen a couple of shirts today. I just saw one walk past that said Trump loves Cuba. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I guess he's probably the better one to do anything, you know. I can't go with the left. I just can't.
So what brought you out here today? What made you? Because I saw you. You've been here for the past hour or two, and it's hot. Maybe you're used to it in Miami. It's scorching to me, but you've stood through it. You've been watching what's going on. What have you seen? So what brought you out here, and what have you seen?
What brought me here is to support President Trump. You know, I've gone to every rally, so I figure with the good times, you got to be here with the bad times. So I'm here and just observing, you know, little craziness here and there, you know, to be expected, but it's all good. There's nobody, you know, fighting or no craziness. I'm going to walk to my car now. Hopefully nobody chases me down.
I don't think anyone will chase you down. Do you think there was more support for President Trump or protesters against President Trump here today?
No, I think there was more people supporting the president, yes.
And my final question for you, as a, I guess, Cuban immigrant, I know you were only 1 year old, but do you think that is why you partially support President Trump, some of the failed policies that happened in Cuba?
Well, I support President Trump due to the fact that I already seen the movie once, and it cannot repeat itself. And it seems in the last 2 years, we are going downhill with no brakes. Absolutely, you know, and you know, I just can't. I mean, at one time, I did vote for Bill Clinton. I will say that much, I guess, you know.
Luckily, I didn't have to vote by then, so I missed that one.
But, you know, I just can't, and, you know, I can't anymore, you know, and this is where we're at, and hopefully we'll get this place straightened out again.
Yeah. I think the majority of interviewees that I've met, especially in Florida, they're from Cuba, and it's the same thing. They've seen this happen before. They don't want it to happen in the United States of America. I've gone to Cuba, and it is so beautiful, but their government is so corrupt.
Yeah, I know. You go there, and it's all beautiful. You know, the rum, the smoking, the cigars. The girl, that looks beautiful. Yes, but, you know, the thing inside, the people have to live at 90 miles away from here. I mean, close, too close.
I saw on the news this morning and a few weeks ago, and I don't know, this might be a bit crazy, but I think it was the Department of Defense. They were denying that China possibly has a spy base on Cuba, but within the past couple days, they're starting to have to backtrack and say that there's a possibility China has, in fact, gotten a little surveillance place to watch.
Basically, they're going to blame it on Trump. I think they did that already. And, I mean, China, Russia, they've all been there 90 miles away from us.
So close.
Too close. I mean, you could almost throw a stone if they had to. I mean, and when the Mariel boat lift came, I remember 1980, people were freaking out, oh, Mariel, 100,000 people. In the last 2 years, I think we've had more than 20 Mariels. I mean, how many people have crossed the border, and we don't even know who they are, where they're going, or what's going on. I mean, we have to have some type of, you know, something. We can't, middle, how do they say, military-age men. Where are they all going? Where are they all going?
The media wants you to think it's like women and children. That's not really the case.
There might be some. There might be good people, and there's probably some bad hombres, as Bannon would say.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for coming over, and just stay safe getting to your car.
I will.
All right, take care. Muchas gracias. All right, like I said, a good number of Cubans out here, Latinas for President Trump. A lot of supporters just came to show their support for President Trump, who they consider President Trump fought for them for 4 years and counting, and they're going to come out today for the good times and the bad. Just to give you an update on what's happened so far, before I got to interview that lovely gentleman, President Trump, from what I'm told, is still inside the building, kind of finishing up right now. He's officially denied and said he's pleaded not guilty to all 37 counts. He has finished the processing and he should be leaving absolutely any minute. Now I'm going to take this opportunity to kind of turn around and look up. I know there's a helicopter right over there, and my guess is that the helicopter will leave when the motorcade leaves. My guess is that it's going to be able to follow that motorcade down the road, give those big networks with lots of Soros bucks that the footage they want from some aerial footage of the motorcade going down the highways. We still have a lot of media here today, a lot of protesters, but protesters against the FBI and the DOJ, supporters of President Trump. You can see Trump won, America first, Trump 2024, let's go Brandon, indict Jack Smith, all in front of me. So those are the ones I'm reading. We've got the American flags. And it is a warm day here in Miami, so a lot of people are just coming and going as they please. I don't blame them. You really do need to have some water here. It's been a long day. We got here around 10 a.m. and we're going to leave when President Trump leaves. We're going to support him and stay here until we have confirmation that his motorcade has left the area. We are also going to be broadcasting live later this evening, live from Bedminster, New Jersey, where President Trump will be giving an official press conference. Again, that official press conference that sometimes you would see outside the doors of a courthouse for a lesser popular event. That's going to be happening in Bedminster, New Jersey this evening, 8 p.m. I believe we're going to go live around 7 or 7:15 p.m. Brian Glenn is going to be hosting that. I saw some signs on the chairs that they were setting up and that Bedminster lawn. Some were for Kash Patel, a chair was for Mike Lindell. So there's going to be a number of high-profile political figures there today supporting President Trump. A lot of people want to know, though, where were the Republicans today? Where were they right now? Why aren't they here? So I guess part of me wants to say, well, they're in Bedminster, but another part of me wants to say, well, they should be here. We saw one of the Republican presidential candidates, Vivek. He was here earlier, did a press conference this morning around 10 a.m. And I also heard that Carrie Lake was here as well. So those are just the only two, honestly, that I can think of out of all of them, even the Florida representatives. So, of course, I'm curious to see who shows up at that Bedminster event later this evening. Hopefully everyone knows. I mean, this is kind of a bipartisan issue on whether or not the DOJ is interfering in a presidential election. That is some third world country stuff. That's why we have so many people like the Cubans who are here today support President Trump. They said, I've seen this movie once, I don't want to see it again. But that's exactly what's happening. And we're going to be here live to make sure you see every bit of it. You've got the come and take it flag rolling through right now. Do we have any updates from HQ? I do have a dead cell phone, so if anyone needs me, make sure to reach out to my lovely cameraman and he can relay any messages to me. I'm going to toss it back over to Vanessa. She's deep in that crowd. She's going to show you what they're all talking about. So without further ado, Vanessa Broussard.
We're back here in front of the courthouse in downtown Miami, the federal courthouse. We look like we may be having a press conference of sorts soon. And we have a team coming out of the courthouse. They are moving people back. President Trump has pleaded not guilty on all the charges brought against him. No travel restrictions were imposed. So, thank you. So he arrived at the courthouse shortly after 2 o'clock Eastern, went in front of the judge at 3 o'clock, pleaded not guilty. And you still see people out here. The MAGA movement battling the Texas-like. I'm a Texas girl, so I know what it's like. It's a Texas-like heat. It's hot out here in Miami. They've been chanting. They've been singing patriotic songs. People love their president. And they'll battle, as you can see, any type of weather conditions to support President Trump. It's sweltering out here, and we've been out here for hours. Some of these people have been out here since the early morning hours, some as early as camping out yesterday. So we're continuing to wait for confirmation that this is wrapping up. And then we're expecting a possible press conference afterwards. We do not know for sure. We do see people from other media outlets maybe getting prepared for that as well, just in case they do have one. But President Trump will not speak here in Miami. He will be leaving here, going to New Jersey, and having a press conference there at 8:15 Eastern tonight. Our Brian Glenn is there preparing for President Trump's arrival, and we will have live coverage here on RSBN for that. So make sure you tune in to hear the full speech from President Trump tonight about his feelings on the indictment today in court, and also the future of America. You see signs like this man in front of you is holding. The system is rigged. The Bidens are criminals. The man behind him with the sign, "Stop the Witch Hunt." And that's pretty much all we've seen today. Just people walking around, holding their signs, flying flags, wearing patriotic clothing. And it's similar to what you see at a Trump MAGA Save America rally. It's just God-loving, America-loving patriots who firmly believe that Donald Trump is the man that can save this country from an administration that puts America last. Donald Trump puts America first. This administration has made it clear over and over again, they put America last. So we're continuing to wait. I pause a little bit so you can also enjoy the sights and sounds. This is a historic day. Never before has a former president been indicted on federal charges. This is all in relation to the Mar-a-Lago raid, the boxes hoax, which President Trump calls it. And that's exactly what it is. He did nothing wrong, as he mentions. But we feel that Biden's DOJ is looking for anything and coming up with anything just to keep President Trump from entering the White House again. So this is just another attempt by the left to try to take him down. He says he's not going anywhere. He's not yielding. He's not backing down. And he's continuing to fight with some of the best attorneys in our country. He has a wonderful legal team. And I asked one earlier how they felt, and they said, we feel good about this. He did nothing wrong. And so we're standing with them on that, and we agree with them. People close to the president, I ask them often when I can, how's he doing today? How's he doing today? And they always say he's in good spirits. So when I hear that the president is in good spirits, it makes me happy. So I don't know if you can bring Donald Trump down. It's impossible. So he's going to win. And we know that he is. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing Trump-tastic. How are you doing?
Trump-tastic. That's the first time I've heard that. I'm going to have to steal that from you and use it from time to time.
No charge on that. I got another one for you. Well, I'm doing God-tastic.
That's a great one, too. Yes, those are two great words. We're going to put those in the dictionary.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here today. We're here in solidarity to support Trump. I tell people, why do you like Trump? I said 5 reasons. So what is that? That T stands for truth. He tells it like it is and scaring the hell out of people in D.C. That R stands for results. And that U is unifying Americans. We're tired of all talk, no action politicians. And that M, he's a man of his word. If he says he's going to do something, he's going to get it done. And that P, he's a patriotic American like all of us here today, successful businessman, the only one qualified to keep and make America great.
I agree with you, and I like that, how you spelled out Trump with the meanings of each letter. Let's talk about Florida. We are here in Florida. You're with the Republican Assembly. We're seeing people from all of the country move here because it's a free state, and we're seeing a lot of Republican wins from school board elections to local elections. Talk about the fight to keep Florida red.
Well, I think right now the biggest thing is that we have to look at finding common ground. This divisive type behavior that I'm seeing with thy neighbors. Love thy neighbor. Let's get together. Let's focus on 80-20 rule that Ronald Reagan always famous for. 80% of the time, let's focus on 80% of things that we can work on and agree on. The other 20%, leave it at the door with your ego. Here in Florida, listen, I'm really proud to be here in Florida. I'm a retired Navy chief, Gulf War veteran, and excited to be in the state here. Really pleased what Governor DeSantis done here, although I don't approve of him running for president. But I think he'd do better to stay here like he promised to do and get behind Trump and endorse him. I'm kind of disappointed that he's not here shutting this crap down.
We brought that up earlier. He was not here today. Being from Florida, I'm sure you know a lot of people here today, and then also with the Florida Republican Assembly. How did that make Floridians feel to know that DeSantis was not here?
3 letters, MIA, missing in action. That's probably the best way to put it. He has a job responsibility, and that also goes and close for the J6ers. He should be out there getting those J6ers out of jail. He should be calling out Biden, you either prosecute or you let him go. He represents our Floridians. There's 105 Floridians and J6ers that need to come out of jail. Been there for 3 years. Shame on our governor for not stepping up and calling them out.
Back to President Trump. High hopes that he'll pull through this and be back in the White House.
I think he'll prevail. Listen, God's with him. If you don't know, the Florida Republican Assembly, we're now affiliated with the RPOF, the RNC. We're our own entity. We're a Judeo-Christian organization. Here, God runs the show. I'm just one of his first lieutenants to make sure to get the job done. But I think he'll prevail. We love Trump, and we think that at the end, God will protect him.
Absolutely. Well, it was very nice meeting you. Tell us your name.
My name's Louis Marin. I'm the Executive Vice President of Florida, and I hope you all have a God-tastic day.
God-tastic and Trump-tastic.
Amen. Thank you, Dave.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Pleasure to serve this country, and I'd do it again.
Thank you. We appreciate that. So just... Yes, it's going to have to be a few minutes because we are live on air right now. So if you'll stand by for just a second. So you're seeing that right there. We have veterans out here. We have people from Republican parties all over Florida right here. And it's just God-loving, America-loving. And that's what it's all about, is people who love God and people who love America. And who is the one candidate that stands out when you think of that? President Donald J. Trump. That's why we're here. That's why we're not going anywhere. We will be by his side. We are locking arms, and we are going to be on the front lines with the president as he battles through this latest hoax and accusation against him, false accusation against him by the left. They will not take him down. They will not take us down. We will fight for our country, and we will prevail because this is one nation under God, and we're going to keep it that way. And God will never let us down. We have people here who have told us that they have come here from other countries to escape communism and these different regimes that they just didn't want to live under. And so they came to America. Their parents came to America to try to live the American dream. And they said, it's hard to live the American dream right now. What is the American dream anymore? Because the Biden administration has given illegals more of the American dream than the working class family, the people who have been here, who work day in and day out, sometimes multiple jobs a day just to make ends meet. And so instead of being rewarded, the ones who just want to come over and live off the government, those are the ones being rewarded. And that's what the administration wants. They want to turn this into a country where we depend on the government. So You know, President Trump was real big in his time in office. Millions of people, over 7 million people, the food stamps were lifted because they were able to not depend on the government. But on the left side, that's what they want. And so that's what people from these other countries fled. They tell me all the time, I hear it constantly like a broken record, that they're seeing daily that our country is turning into the countries that they fled from. So who's the man that's going to save us from all of this? President Trump. And so we're going to back him every step of the way. Again, if you're just joining us, he has pleaded not guilty to the charges brought against him. No travel restrictions either. He came in front of the judge here at the Miami Federal Courthouse around 3 o'clock this afternoon. He arrived shortly after 2 p.m. and again, pleaded not guilty. So we're going to continue following this case. He will be leaving shortly for New Jersey, where he will give a press conference tonight. Our Brian Glenn is there, and we will go live with that to hear his remarks about what took place today inside the courtroom. No cameras were allowed, no cell phones were allowed, which is why we are out here and getting word from what was going on inside, because our cameras were not allowed inside. So God bless President Trump and the fight that he keeps on fighting, and fighting the good fight, because I never thought in my lifetime I would see that the good end up being the evil and the evil end up being the good. No, if you're good, you get rewarded, right? And if you're bad, you get reprimanded. Well, it's vice versa with this administration. They want to bring down the good and they want to reward the bad, and that will not stand. We will not allow it. And true patriots out there, fight in your communities, take it to the state level, and then from there, when we get all the states on board, then we'll take it to the federal level. So taking a quick look around real quick, it's gotten really quiet out here. Quick look real quick as people start dispersing, finding shade, because they have been out here in the sun for hours and hours and hours, and it is sweltering hot. So that's a quick look while we sit and wait for what's next outside the front of the federal courthouse. We're going to toss it over to Liz Willis.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Liz Willis, and I'm in front of the federal courthouse in Miami, Florida right now, where President Trump was just arraigned. He had his arraignment. He was technically arrested, fingerprinted, and pled not guilty to all 37 counts of the classified documents that were raided from Mar-a-Lago. President Trump has left the building. His motorcade is on his way back, most likely to the Miami airport, where he will board Trump Force One and head back to Bedminster, New Jersey, where President Trump will be giving a speech tonight at 8 p.m. RSBN will go live about an hour before to interview the crowds and show you the guest who's there. I'm curious to see which Republicans decide to show up and show their support for President Trump today, because only two showed up today, Vivek and Carrie Lake. So thank you to those who showed up, and we look forward to seeing who's there tonight. I know Brian Glenn will be doing some great interviews, and we look forward to seeing that content over the airways later this evening. You can find that stream on our Rumble and on our website. Our RSBN app will carry it as well, and other platforms. But make sure you subscribe to our Rumble. It has been a long day. We got here around 10 a.m. and I believe it's about 4 p.m. now. My phone is dead, so if I'm wrong on those numbers a little bit, bear with me here. But it's been about we've been here about 6 hours standing with the crowds, and it was a peaceful protest day. Hundreds, thousands of people from all different backgrounds. There were protesters and there were you name it. Majority of them were for President Trump. However, though, I'd say maybe 10 protesters were anti-President Trump. And then everyone else was kind of protesting the Department of Justice and the FBI. So kind of interesting, but you've been able to see it all going on behind me today. I do want to say thank you to some of our partners who helped allow us to get here and to broadcast this event. That would be Trumpinator, Birch Gold Group, Blackout Coffee, and Free Knives USA. You guys are rock stars and you make it happen. You're great partners for us to be able to work with, allow our audience to get to know a little bit better, and it enables us to be able to continue traveling and broadcasting these very crucial historic events. I want to encourage everyone to tune back in later this evening. Again, that stream is where President Trump is going to address the nation about what happened here today. So a very important stream, and I wish that we could see it right now, but he needs to get home, and they're on their way to Bedminster very soon. So we're going to end this broadcast podcast. But in the meantime, I encourage all of you to continue following RSBN on our social media network platforms at RSB Network and subscribe to our newsletter. You can go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You will get occasional emails about what's going on, just the big events, and some newsletters with just highlights of different articles throughout the week. So a great way to stay up to date and informed on what's happening with President Trump and the Republican agenda. All right, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm Liz Willis. We're wrapping up, but God bless you. God bless America.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.